Guest speaker, Mr. Adenika Olumide Fushika, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Incidentally, I knew two of them in Ife. You know, Ogunlana started from Ife.
Great Ife.
So, please, I want to invite the chairman and our guest speaker to the high table. Also, I want to recognize the learned Sikh, Dr. Abdul Rashid Murtala, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, former Publicity Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. You are welcome, sir. He's also a friend, long-standing friend of the branch and of Ogunlana. There's a doctrine canvassed by Mr. Ogunlana while he was alive. We were arguing over a candidate. Then Ogunlana said, "Ọmọ ẹni ṣèdí bẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀." Káfílẹ̀ kẹ̀sí di ọmọ ẹlòmí. Once he sees Ogunlana, he will say, "Ṣèdí bẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀." Please, in order to harmonize this, to minimize disruption, please, those of us that are at the back, let us move to the front and leave the back seat to the people that will come later, please. We won't want people that will come later to be entering the front while the program is ongoing. I want to also recognize one of our Oga in the profession, Chief Magistrate Olufemi Isaac. He has been with us. He's a supporter of Ikeja branch. He's a member of Ikeja branch. We appreciate you, sir. I remember when I was campaigning for chairmanship, myself and Adekunle Ojo went to his court here to campaign. He now came out and saw us. Now, what are you people doing? I said, we came to campaign. He said, you want to become chairman? Who will now be MC for us? I also want to recognize the chairman of this great branch. I didn't hear acknowledgement. Do we need to introduce him? We don't need to. Look at the back, you go see him. Mr. Adeniyi Quadri. I want to recognize the chairman of Ota branch, one of our brother branches, Chief Ajose Igudia. Thank you very much. You are welcome. Let me recognize Prince Adebiyi Adetosoye. Adetosoye, exactly. NBA Abuja. God bless you. I also want to recognize one of the successors of Dr. Mure. We call him Mure. In the office of the National Publicity Secretary. This time there is another doctor, Dr. Rapulu Nduka. Rapulu Nduka. You know, in Abia, we don't so much. It must be from Anambra State. In Abia, where we come from, we don't have this much. Inongo. Yes. I will also want to recognize a gentleman that is well known to all of us. I won't say more. Mr. Dele Farotimi. Thank you. I understand he's also an Ijesha man. Just coming in now, we have a former secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, former general secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, Are Olumuyiwa Akinboro. He's also one of the friends of the branch and of Adesina Ogunlana. You are welcome, sir. I want to also recognize Mrs. Okay, Mr. Is it Mr. or Mrs.? They should try and be Ada Eze Anna. Okay, we'll go back to that. Mr. Richard Babalola JCI Akure. Please stand up, wave your hand and be ready. Okay. Okay, from Abuja branch. Miss Adaize. Anna. Oh, you are welcome. That should be on the entourage of Dr. Rapulu. Rapolo. I said it. That must be nine women. I clarify them. So we in Abia, we are not very, very used to Rapolo. We welcome you all. We'll be acknowledging our guest as the. I want to also recognize Mrs. Ogunlana and our son Akani Ogunlana. You are welcome. God bless you. Without further delay, we will continue with the introduction. But in the meantime, let me invite the chairman of the organizing committee, Mr. Oludare Akande, for his welcome address. Mr. Akande, please.
Mr. Chairman of this occasion, Professor Lanre Fagbon, SAN, the guest speaker, Mr. Adeyinka Olumide Fisika, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I was almost minded to even put professor before his name, in the sense that whenever there was a need for us to do some aluta on the intellectual side during the time of Adeshina Ogunlana as the chairman of this branch, he was always available. I think he had written about 2 books for us. I can still remember the one on land use charge. Now, all other protocols duly observed. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, welcome everybody to this inaugural lecture in honor of and in memory of our late friend Adesina Ogunlana, Sherubawon, who left us behind on Tuesday, 6th of August 2024, and was buried on Thursday, 12th of September 2024, this day. Now, the person, Adesina Ogunlana, was actually different things to different people. To the downtrodden masses, he was a champion of the fundamental rights, both social and economic, of the masses. To the egomaniacs and powermongers ruling us, he was a ne'er-do-well, troubling the status quo unnecessarily. To the authoritarian demigods in the judiciary, he was the Omoburukuye. To the human rights cachivists who labeled themselves human rights activists, he was a pain in the ass who must be exterminated. However, no matter where you stood with Ogunlana, everyone believes that he was a gadfly of some sort. Our path with Ogunlana crossed when he was introduced to us for membership for the Progressive Bar Forum by now Dr. Adekunle Ojuesen. Shortly before this time, I had encountered him in front of the courtroom directly opposite this bar center where Justice Oshuala now sits. He was handing out to anyone who wanted a broad sheet of paper, the learned squib, before it now became a magazine. Upon interrogation, I realized that we share some things in common. Thus began the birth of a friendship which grew when he joined the Progressive Bar Forum. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Progressive Bar Forum itself was formed as a bulwark against the rapacious leaders of the Kenya branch of the NBA at that time, who had turned the branch to their pots of soup. How the PBF was formed, gentlemen, is however a story for another day. Now, the two men invited by us today to honor the life and times of our quintessential friend, one to share the occasion and the other to lecture us, were his contemporaries at the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. While Ogunlana was a student of English at Ife, both Professor Lanre Fagbon SAN and Adeyinka Olumide Fusika SAN, we were students of law. Now, Professor Fagbon also became his law lecturer at the Lagos State University when he went back to the university to study law. The guest lecturer of today and Adesina Ogunlana were both counsel representing many of the victims at the End SARS panel. The guest lecturer is also an egghead, an intellectual go-to by Mr. Adesina Ogunlana whenever there was a need for intellectual aluta, when he, Ogunlana, was the chairman of this branch of the MBA. Now, Adesina Ogunlana came into the Progressive Bar Forum when we needed to effect a change in the leadership of the NBA Ikeja. And with him and all other members of the PBF, and I'm talking of Ikeja PBF because eventually it was PBF eventually graduated to some other branches, but some other places in the north, and I believe that even the Lionel Sikh, Abu Rashid Muritala, who was even in Kaduna at that time, was a member of the PBF, or is still a member of the PBF. Now, after successfully effecting a change in leadership of the NBA Ikeja, we now went to the law school to protest against the sale then of the law school to the Abacha family. Incidentally, in the course of the protest, the chairman of this branch then denounced us. The man actually said he did not know us. Although about 30 of us who were there were members of this great branch. Now, in the course of our, will I call her Luther now? We went to Ghana to support a member of this branch for the position of ABA secretary. The man came back later to say that he only took us on an excursion. Now, Mr. Adesina Ogunlana supported the branch in the protest against the increase in filing fee. He actually brought his own poster, a banner, and I think Ayo Latunde was also with him, and some few people I can recognize here. We successfully did that, and then at the national level, when it was becoming embarrassing for us, in the sense that some of our leaders did not want a particular person who, although is a northerner, is from the Yoruba part of the northern states. They didn't want him to be president because, according to them, they didn't want a Yoruba person there, in spite of the fact that the band was representing the north. We also successfully fought that, and the man became the president. When it was time for his first vice president to succeed him, we had another problem. Our leaders still did the same thing. And then we supported the man. He became the president of the bar. Now, when we fought the then leaders of the branch on what they were doing wrong, the PBF made a very fundamental mistake. They did not take power. They ceded power to somebody who we called a leader. And that was the same leader that denied us at the law school. So, some 4 years thereafter, we decided that it was better for our members to come into executive positions in the NBA Ikeja. And at that, when our members came in, so many changes were brought into the NBA Ikeja, so that we started the Gani Fawemi annual lecture series in 2005. And the person we are celebrating today happened to be the first secretary of that committee that we set up. It was also, this building we are in was also started by the PBF. And we were able to build this floor, which has been adjudged several times by the Lagos State government as the best part of this entire building. The person we are celebrating today was also the secretary of the committee, the building committee. We started law clinic with his, some of these things were actually his suggestion. So to show how vibrant he was as a person and as a lawyer. We started a law clinic. We started the Alawa Akabashorun lecture series. And several times we had to boycott the magistrates' courts and then even the high court. I remember it was in the course of the boycott of the high court that a chief judge threatened him. And all of us stood gidigba that there is nothing you could do. What was this man fighting for? What were we all fighting for? It was a case of don't price justice out of the reach of the common man. Now, in fact, I think there was a time he was sent to the the disciplinary committee of the body of benchers. This man was there for 13 years. Now, and I remember a time we were talking at the back of this place, the bar center then, it was still a bungalow. And the two of us were discussing, and we said, Dari, I think there is a need for us to get Chief GOK Ajayi SAN to lead my defense. Incidentally, one of our elders said, he was just coming. He was a former chairman who actually was was involved in the matter. Now I said, what are you talking about? Why should you go and invite Chief GOK Ajayi? It's something we could handle. And thank God we involved Chief GOK Ajayi, who was going there to Abuja and back at his own expense. And I remember there was a time Adesina Ogunlana, let me call it a mistake, mistakenly bought a ticket for the man. He was highly reprimanded. Chief GOK Ajayi SAN considered it a great insult. That he has said, you have a bright future. Why should anybody want to do this to you? Now, in the course of Ogunlana's, the little time he spent on earth, we've been able to bring a lot of changes into how things were done, even in the NBA, even amongst us friends. I could say he almost became the only person, because of my hot-headedness, who could calm me down whenever I started to act up. Now, I've said so much, and I think I shouldn't take the position of the guest speaker for today, most especially when we have already timed ourselves that we are not going to use more than 3 hours. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I shouldn't go without mentioning this. I remember in the days of Ogunlana, whenever there was a crisis in any of the branches, we were always there to settle it. And I should think one of the last acts Adesina Ogunlana performed few days before his death was the attendance at the inauguration of Mrs. Ajose Egudia as the chairman of Water Branch. He actually, that came up, I think, about 4 days before his death. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I once again welcome you on behalf of the organizing committee, that's the Committee of Friends, of this annual lecture in memory of our dear friend, Adesina Ogunlana. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You are highly welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Dare Akonde. Let me quickly recognize Mrs. Ibiyemi Ogunlana. Mrs. Ogunlana. You are welcome, ma'am. Mr. Martins Ogunleye, former chairman, Lagos branch. You are welcome, sir. He's one of our comrades. Mr. Bayo Alabidun, Alhaji Chief Bayo Alabidun. You are welcome. Our immediate past General Secretary, Mr. Adeshina Adegbite. We acknowledge your presence. Thank you very much. After the
On our list for the order of program, we shall be having the opening remark by the chairman of the event, Professor Larry Fagbong, SAN.
Thank you very much, the compeers. The chairman and members of the Memorial Lecture Planning Committee, Mama, Mrs. Ogunlana, I welcome you. And my young son, I welcome you. I will greet you in the Yoruba way, Eku Araferako. Almighty God will continue to be with you and bless you. I welcome our two mothers. Almighty God will continue to be with you. Your husband fought for humanity. Humanity will not leave you behind. And God will not leave you behind with your children. Other members of the family and friends, Chief Magistrate Olufemi Isaac, I welcome you, sir. Thank you for identifying with this event. Thank you so much, sir. The distinguished guest speaker, my brother and my friend and my classmate, Olumide Fushika, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, I welcome you to this event. Learned Brothers of the Silk, I welcome you. Leaders of MBA Ikeja branch and other leaders from other branches, I welcome you all. Respected colleagues of the Outbar, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the media, I welcome you to this event. When my brother Kembi Adejari called me and told me that they will want me to chair this memorial lecture, it was with mixed feelings. Mixed feelings because Ogunlana and I, we share a lot. We were together at Ife. When he came to Lasu, we reunited. Ogunlana and I think it's only Kembi Adejare. Where is Pastor Kembi Adejare? Is he around? Has he come? He's the only one that can attest to it. One day, Ogunlana and I, we fought. And it was like heaven will come down. Oh, we fought. But we made up. We fought on principle. I stood my ground, he stood his ground. Me, I said I'm management. He said he's student. And we fought. It was tough. But we made up. And there was no enmity between us because all of us were fighting on principles. That they will give a date that will not conflict with anything. So when I got that date, I was so excited that thank God. Because this is an event I will not for anything want to miss. And I thank Almighty God for making it possible for me to be here for this event. Let me express my deep appreciation to the chairman of the Memorial Planning Committee, Mr. Daria Akonde, and other members of the committee for counting me worthy and my brother Olumide worthy to be at the forefront of the conversation that we're going to be having today, because I can see that there will be comments. The morning of 7th of August, 2024, started like any other day. Adesina Ogunlana also left his house, like all of us who are present here, and went to his office. By nightfall, humanity lost a champion of the people. By nightfall, humanity lost a champion of the people. A champion of the people in the mold of a Gani Fahimi. A champion of the people in the mold of an Alawa Akabashonu. And I'm sure when Olumide is talking, he will say more about these things. We lost him. When that information came out, it was like something leaked out. And in hushed tones, is it true? I remember that I called some 2-3 people that I am hearing something. And that one too will say, Prof, it's like I'm also hearing it. By nightfall, it was confirmed that Ogunlana was gone. Let me say something to our mothers in the house. And my son, take solace in the fact that it is not the family that is celebrating your father. It is the society that is celebrating your father because they recognize what your father stands for. When you celebrate your father yourself, oh, you are the one that knows the worth of your father. Who will not love his own father? Who will not love his own mother? But when society decides to celebrate you, it means you have done something to the society. And that is why they're celebrating you. Take solace in that. Anytime you walk, walk tall. Walk with that happiness that there's something about our father that he has contributed. Let me also thank this great audience. You see, it is one thing to identify with a man's crusade in his lifetime. It is another to identify with his crusade after he has gone. What this audience is saying is that that legacy is not dead, and they are going to continue that legacy. I thank you. That is what we are saying. You are saying that we knew and understood what he fought for. We will not drop the ball. We will continue where he left off. That is a critical statement that we are making. Physical death is not the end of a person's existence if their actions, values, and impact on others, their legacies continue to live. Today, when people talk about Awolowo, it's not the money Awolowo had that defined him. It's his legacies. When people talk about Mandela, it is not the money or the wealth that Mandela left behind that defined him. It's the legacies. So why are we talking about Ogunlana today? His legacies. There's a difference between memories and legacies. When you talk about memories, it is my understanding, my reflection of him, my own collection of my own experience of him. But when you talk about legacies, it is already carved in gold. It is carved in stone. Memories will fade. Stories will change. There will be embellishment one way or the other, but legacies will always stand. Ogunlana has left legacies, and that is what we are celebrating. Ogunlana knew he would not live forever, and that was why he decided that what I would do is impact humanity in my own way. Adesina Ogunlana was a giant of history and an icon of social justice. And within the period of the short life that he had, 60 years, Ogunlana packed in so much that there are so many people today. They are 80, they are 90. They were Methuselah before they left. Nobody remembers them because they did not contribute or impact anybody. And that is the big difference. I am not going to attempt to preempt the robust and exciting conversation that I know that my learned brother Olumide Fushika would surely engender today. I've known Olumide since our university days. And back in the days, Olumide has always been what I call a stormy petrel. Olumide has always been fiery. We have a classmate here, Jumoke is here. Jumoke Wachuku, Jumoke. If you want to get a confirmation, talk to Jumoke. Olumide has always been like that. Crazy, volatile, volcanic. That is the truth. But the truth about Olumide is, Olumide will not fight on the side of wrong. That's the difference. Olumide will stand tall for something. You know, there is always a beauty to some things. When you're looking for crazy people, go and meet Farotimi at the back. Those are the people. They are all in the same gang. You know, when they were talking about a friend of mine, she's here. She's looking at me. She told me something. Few days back, she said, Prof, I was working with a friend of mine. And my friend said, I saw Olumide, I saw Ogunlana, I saw Lanre Fagbon, and I cannot see the relevance that, how are they related? Prof is too gentle. How can you be in the midst of this? But my friend now defended me and said, Prof may be smiling and gentle, but on issues, he has his principles. I learned a lesson from that conversation with Tommy. I learned a lesson from that conversation. One, be ready to stand for something. All of us, we must be ready. You see, we may not have the strength, the energy, the attribute, the boldness of an Ogunlana, of an Olumide, of a Dele Farotimi, but in your little corner, stand for what is right. If we all continue to stand, you see, we have this attitude of, we leave it to God. God will do it. God has given us intellect. Leave God out of it. As a matter of fact, I can tell you for a fact that God has kept our case in KIV because he will look at it that I've given all of you intellect. You are not doing what is right. You are praying and fasting for me to hell. And he will put the file KIV. I am sure that by the time we leave here today, the thought-provoking lecture, which I know Olumide Fushika SCN will deliver, will inspire us all on why we must keep faith with Ogunlana's legacies. Let me just note some few things, about 5 things that I know that Adesina Ogunlana taught us in his lifetime. Number 1, power of ideas. When you fight, you must have ideas. Olumide's, Ogunlana's idea of squib was to stop a whole lot of things that we are running around now trying to stop. Squib was there. The fear of squib was the beginning of a sensible judiciary. Because if you don't sit on time, squib will report it and put the time. If at the end of the day, you don't sit within a reasonable time and you disappear somewhere, squib will report it. If you knew you are not going to come to court, and you did not tell counsel ahead of time, and counsel and litigants, they came into court and wasted their time, Squib will report it. At a point, it was like some judges, if they have the opportunity, they will go and tell Squib that, please, oh, something happened to me, I need to go there. That's why I will not sit. It was like that. Because everybody had a... But you know, as it was going, that's why when you see the kind of things that Ogunlana, Olumide, Dele, the kind of things they do you know that even that time, some people, some lawyers, when they hold the Squib and they see somebody coming in the corridor, good morning, sir. They don't want to be seen with the Squib because they are scared. So when you see some of these people doing these things at the risk of their lives, it means a lot. Power of action. Ogunlana led so many protests, so many activities, fighting on issue of taxes, fighting on so many fronts. That is Ogunlana for you. We learned that from him. He was a proud rebel. He was a proud rebel. Ogunlana will face anybody. He will not care whether you are the up there or the middle there or the in between them. Ogunlana does not care. It's not the color of your suit or the drenching of your agbada that will scare Ogunlana. It is about this issue, you must address it. Ogunlana had no fears. Power of eloquence. If you are involved in a problem with Ogunlana, he will stand like this with his mustache, with his bow tie. He will stand like that. By the time they give him the microphone, you will know that you are in trouble. Because that is when you see the clenched fist that will come out. So the combination of the mustache, the bow tie, and the clenched fist means trouble. Ogunlana was consistent. There are so many chameleons now pretending and going around. We are all comrades. It is easy to be our comrades. But Ogunlana was consistent. Ogunlana was strategic. The trial of Ogunlana, which the chairman of the lecture mentioned here, became an indictment of the system. That was Ogunlana for you. And Ogunlana, with all of these attributes, my brother Silk, I welcome you. I welcome you, sir. Ogunlana, with all of these attributes, was kind and generous. Ogunlana was not by any standard a money bag. But you will see Ogunlana giving people who are in need, he will give them money. And I can see quite a number of people nodding in the hall. That was Ogunlana for you. So you don't need. So Ogunlana taught us that you don't need to be rich before you assist people. You don't need to be a money bag before you help people. You can help people out of what you have. And those are lessons that we learn from Ogunlana. At a time of fear, doubt, division, safety of self, hopelessness, Adesina Ogunlana stood to be counted. We will always remember him for his selflessness. Ogunlana's struggles were not easy, but all of us are beneficiaries. All of us are beneficiaries of Ogunlana's struggles. People will say that different names, they call him different things. But I can tell you that Ogunlana's names, all those names that Ogunlana, all those names given to him, came out of his acts and his actions in struggles. A man who confronts government, they will call him Sherubawan. You see such things as champion of the people, voice of the voiceless, thinker, Are Ona Kakanfo of Ikeja branch, Adeshina Aluta Ogunlana, warrior, amongst others. These are the different names given to Ogunlana and given to him by different people. So when you see people amassing chieftaincy titles, those are the chieftaincy titles of Ogunlana. They were from humanity. People use this idiom. He came, he saw, he conquered. They use it aimlessly. They use it inappropriately. I think an appropriate use of He came, he saw, he conquered, is in relation to Adesina Ogunlana. Today, as we come together to honor this brave, courageous, principled, and resilient man who truly understood the meaning of social justice, we should let his life serve as an inspiration and a challenge to us all. It is not how long, but how well. It is not how rich or affluent we are for our name to be indelible and etched in the sands of time. It is the positive impact we make that will make that difference. Once again, I thank the organizers of this event, and on their behalf, I welcome us all to this lecture in honor of Adeshina Ademola Ogunlana. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are grateful. One thing that has been omitted is the fact that Ogunlana was a secretary and a mover of several committees. The Bar Center Building Committee, he was the secretary. Ganifa Wemi Committee, he was the secretary. Alawa Akabashonu Committee, he was the secretary. Because then, not too many people believe that we can make it. So we have to make use of the people we can, that we have within the caucus. And it did not disappoint. I want to quickly recognize, let me move Are Olumuyiwa Akimboro to the podium. I know that you will soon leave. There's a vacancy. Let me move Bashorun Olusegun Fabumi to the inner bar. He's an Egba chief. I want to welcome Alhaji Chief Dr. K.A. Shitu. I mean W.A. Shitu. Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You're welcome, sir. I want to welcome our big brother, a comrade. He's sitting with another supporter of Man U. My sympathy. No kingdom lasts forever. Egbon Richard Akinola, a friend of the branch, a friend of Ogunlana. He's a young man. God bless you, sir. He has always been with us. We appreciate you, sir. I want to also acknowledge the representative of Lagos branch. The Lagos branch is having an occasion today. They're having a program. Don't just let me call it like that. Mrs. Adebimpe Bada is representing Lagos branch. Please stand up and be. God bless you. We appreciate your presence. We have a chairman in our midst who has a program to attend. Very urgent. We will give the chairman of our branch, please. We will give you 3 minutes for your goodwill message, and we will release you formally. Thank you. Chief Ajose, please. Let's acknowledge her. It's a very good friend of Ogunlana and the Ikeja branch.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me stand on all existing protocols. I welcome everybody once again. I want to say thank you to the committee, and thank you for bringing this together. Thank you for bringing up this program. And we pray the program will not die. It will continue to live, and will continue to live the legacy of our dear brother, a friend, and a father. He was a friend to me. He was like a father too, a confidant. He was my confidant. And we also prayed together. In case you don't know, he's a prayerful person. He's a prayerful person. Each of our meetings, he will say, let us pray. When we end it, he will say, let us pray. When I go out, I will say, this vibrant man, this comrade, Sheruba. So he prays. My friend will say, yes, so he prays. Yes, Ogunlana lived a legacy that we will not want to forget. The bar in general, lawyers who live for justice and equity will not forget. Except we ply this tool of Ogunlana. I was watching a video online where a lecturer walked into a classroom and he asked a lady to walk out. The lady said, me? He said, yes. He said, please go out of my class until I finish. The lady walked out. Before I finished the video, I imagined Ogunlana in my head. I said, if Ogunlana was in this class, this lady would not leave until this lecturer explains the reason why this lady will leave the class. I've not ended the video. I posted it a few days ago. Not knowing the video was going to end in justice. In a fight, a good fight for justice. Everyone in the class kept quiet. Then the lecturer said, if you all keep quiet for this injustice I have melted on one of you, it means the nation, the country, the community, even the family will not move forward. I said, yes, this is so Ogunlana talking. I said, yes, this is a warrior. This is a fighter. He fought for me. He stood by me. When I cried to him, I said, Baba, once he fell forward, lagba mi loju. He said, Nibo. I said, yes. This is the election. This is it. He said, they made the laws. They will follow you. Don't worry. He gave me courage. He encouraged me. We kept on talking day and night. We go to his office. We had meetings. He called one of my seniors. He said, what is happening? The senior said, yes. I can't run. Only man good administratively. The man said it in Yoruba. Ogunlana said, ṣé ti try rí ni? Ṣó ti ṣe kan rí ni? He was saying it there in my presence. And the president by Satoya, I said, thank you, sir. He said, go. You will have your inauguration and you are going to be the first female chairperson of Otaba. And I became one. After 31 years of the existence of Otaba, Ogunlana made me the very first female chairman of Otaba. With that, I will never forget him. And he lives on in my memory, in our spirit, and in our mind. Ogunlana lives on. Thank you very much, and God bless you. God bless MBA Ikeja. God bless MBA in general, and God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, my chairperson. Incidentally, I'm from the MBA Ota, and I have also known Chief Ajose right from the university. We both went to the Obafemi Awolowo University. We were classmates. She's just summarized what transpired between Ogunlana and us. Ogunlana, I said in one of my posts on Facebook 2 days ago, I said, if I get to heaven, or if there's an afterlife, there are two people I will look for first. And that will be my beloved grandmother. The next person will be Ogunlana. I believe that if there's an afterlife, if there's a heaven, I know he will be there. Ogunlana was many things to many of us. He was the closest thing to a father that I have, or that I had. He was not just a friend. He was not just a senior colleague. He was my mentor. I remember when hello. So I remember when, in one of the cases I had, a judge invited me to his chambers. So I called Oga, that's what I called him. I said, Oga, look at what transpired. And he asked me, have you been going to their chambers before? I said, no. And he said, Tony, I have never gone to a judge's chamber. I don't know what it looks like. And if you want my candid advice, go to the open court, argue your case, file all the necessary processes, and if it's on merit, you will get your judgment. And I followed him, and I got judgment in my favor. I think that deserves a round of applause, because we are in a profession, in a time when people believe that going to see judges would bend the case in their favor. We need to mentor more younger lawyers to understand that it is open court we ply our trade. I think that should be a very solid message to pass across to younger lawyers. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Mrs. Bola Tito Farombi. Kindly stand up for recognition, ma'am, wherever you are. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Architect Bola Farombi. Bolu, oh sorry, please. Architect Bolu Farombi. Kindly stand up for recognition. Then we have Chief Sonny Odunwo. He was a classmate of the late Ogunlana. You are highly welcome, sir. And he was the former PA to the PA information to Lagos State Governor. We also have in our midst Chief Emeka Ozwani. You are welcome, sir. SAN. Oh, my apologies, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Without, we have some requests, which we cannot resist, please. We crave the indulgence of the audience. Are Akimboro is supposed to attend a program in Lagos about now. I will allow him to make a brief remark. Dr. Shitu also is due for a program in 15 minutes. So we will allow them in that order. Are, please.
The chairman of the occasion, Professor Fagbon, my brother, Olubinde Fusika, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Professor Fagbo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Senior Advocates here present, members, leaders and members of the Ikeja branch. Please, all protocols duly observed. I have 3 minutes. I just want to say that I came all the way here because there is a good reason for me to be here. A lot of people have said things about our brother. There are 2 occasions where I needed to run to Ikeja for assistance. When I was General Secretary, there was a constitutional amendment that was proposed in Port Harcourt. Some people that knows, they know. And the Ikeja, led by our brother, made sure that injustice was not done to the bar. So it's not only a fighter when it comes to people's rights, even institutional rights. He protected the NBA from being taken over as at that time. The second time, when we have our AGMs, and normally there's a tradition when you go to conferences, they will say, before you can attend the AGM, you must have registered for the conference. But that was not what the Constitution says. AGMs are open to all members. The Ikeda people, they know what ICC Abuja, they know. I had to come down from the high table. I went to the gate, and I made sure that the gate was opened, and everybody attended. And that has changed the tradition in NBA up to today. Now everybody attends the AGM. It's courtesy of all of you, Ikeja and our brother. Madam, I'm proud of you. My brother, you need to be proud of your father. In Yorùbá wọ́n sọ pé ká kú lọ́mọdé kó yẹ ni ó bẹ́tà ju kí ó sàn ju ká dàgbà ká má ní adìẹ ìlànà lọ. You see, all of us are here today. We don't know what will end us. I pray that when I go, people will have a reason to gather like this and celebrate me. Your father has seen, like the Prophet said, he has seen, he has conquered. It is only Abatukuleyin Lushoro. Now people sit down and talk good about your father. That is enough capital for you. There is nowhere you mention your name, people will not respect you. It is now left for us that we pray that we should not stumble in our path, so that at the end of the day, the kind of respect, the kind of gathering that will move people, see how many SCS, see how many professors, see human rights activists, everybody talking about your father. There are so many fathers. Your father was not the only one in this world. He was not the only one that died. But not every father are they remembering today. We thank you, madam, for allowing him, because if you had stifled him, he would not be able to do all the things that we are remembering today. So while we are celebrating, everybody, please help me give madam a round of applause. Because they say behind every successful man, there is always a woman. Thank you for supporting my brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for keeping to time. Mrs. Farumbi is the wife of our former chairman, Yinka Farumbi Esquire. She has been attending virtually all our programs. We appreciate you. We also appreciate Architect Farumbi, the son of Mr. Farumbi, and Omotayo Farumbi. We appreciate you. We want to acknowledge Comrade Adekoya Oluwasegun, NANS Mobilization Officer, 1999. Comrade Omishore Michael, Lasusu President, 2005-2006. Comrade Dapo Oduwole, President, Lasu. They would have taken their pictures. Thank you, thank you. Let me invite Comrade. He's also a comrade, Comrade Shitu. Yes, I know we used to meet on the street in those days. Comrade Shitu, SCN.
Eminent guests here present, Professor Kwagbo, my good friend Olumide Fusika SCN. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think there's no doubt that one day all of us will go. What is important is that if we live, how will we be remembered? There's nobody seated here who will not go one day. Ogunlana, and I must congratulate the wife and the children here present, taught all lawyers two fundamental lessons. He bequeathed the legacy of courage. It's not just important to be a lawyer. The big question is, what kind of lawyer are you? Are you a lawyer that will keep silent in the face of tyranny? Ogunlana never kept quiet. He was a man of courage, a man of raw courage, and he shared that platform with Garifa Oemi. And secondly, his entire life was one of sacrifice. So he taught us, all of us, courage. He also taught us the value of sacrifice. It was Abraham Lincoln who told his press secretary on the eve of his death, and I quote, said, "The worthiness of life is deep-rooted in sacrifice to mankind. If one dies in the process, he becomes a martyr." Ogunlana was a martyr. I congratulate the family. I congratulate all of you for coming here to celebrate this iconic figure. Thank you.
Very respected colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to enjoy the presentation that will come from the guest speaker, Mr. Olumide Fushika, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and I invite him to the podium.
Distinguished Chairman, let me start by thanking you for your few words about me, which were both kind and harsh.
I want to plead that we allow for some silence in the hall.
Yes.
Please. Thank you very much.
I said your words were both kind and at the same time harsh. I would not say more than that than to also give a little advice. The next time anyone asks you why you are found in my company, you should just give them a simple answer. And that answer should be, and by craziness too, that you couldn't have gone to the great University of Ife at the time we were there without having a little bit of that craziness in you too. Yeah. I remember one time I was approached by a body of medical practitioners with LASU in Lagos here, concerning a lady that was being victimized by the then provost of the medical college. And in the course of the interview, I saw that the case was very straightforward and all that. And I asked, has this thing been taken to the... So is it not Fagbon that is your vice chancellor? He said, yes. I said, then you have nothing to worry about. They said, why are you so sure? These people, these professors, they are what this? I said, Fagbon went to Ife when I went to Ife. So don't worry, there's nothing that will happen to you. He knows what to. And of course, they came back to me. I can, testify that it was as I predicted. We were trained during our own time to know what is right, to stand up for what is right, to do what is right. And Prof has been, even though you don't see him in the controversies that you see some of us, you only need to relate with him to know the kind of stuff he's made of. So don't wonder why he's found in our company. He is one of us. Your Eminence is here present, my brother Mure, and the members of the bench here, former officers of the MBA at all levels. We are all eminent, and I thank you for being here. On behalf of, even though I have not discussed this with our chairman here, may I just, before I go into my lecture, on behalf of the branch, thank one gentleman here for the work he has been doing. And that is Richard Akinola. Chief Ganifawa and me, we all know him to be part of this branch. He was our father, and we revere him. It's the reason why we have the Fawemism. But since he died, elements, rats, reptiles, who could not come out when he was alive. You see, on occasion, one or two of them coming out to say to tell lies, practically. And we have to thank Richard Akinola that on each occasion, he will respond, and not respond with any annoyance or in any facts and figures, detailed, to counter these blasphemous, defamatory statements being made by against Chief Awemi. So, Mr. Richard Akinola, thank you very much. This branch owes you his gratitude, and we say thank you to you. Now, comrades, brothers and sisters, we are all going to, I'm speaking to you all, but I'll speak especially not to I acknowledge the wives. Mama, thank you so much for being there. But I'll ask my son here to listen especially. That's, I think, She Oreo Oluwasheka, yes. So this paper, listen carefully on your own, on behalf of yourself and your sister Akinkumi, so that you know the kind of father you had. And I'll start with his own very words. I'm quoting him now. He said, Saint Peter. Well, the title of this paper is Adesina Ogunlana, the man, the law, and the struggle for social justice in Nigeria. So I start my introduction by recalling some of his own words about himself. He said, Saint Peter in the Bible inspires me a lot. He was a radical. Remember, he drew a sword to defend Jesus in the midst of the crowd. He didn't care. All that was on his mind was how to defend his master. The idea of being zealous for the underdogs and the downtrodden. Like I said, my soul hates injustice naturally, and I don't cheat people. I don't try to take advantage of people, so it makes me uncomfortable to just sit and watch injustice. If I was born during slave trade, I know I would have been killed because I would not keep quiet. Oppression is humiliating. End of quote. The period in the political annals of Nigeria, which commenced on the 29th of May 1999, was one of hope for a better future in the minds of those like our friend Adesina Ogunlana, in whose honor and remembrance we are here gathered today, who believed, like one of our ancestors, Chinua Achebe, that what troubles Nigeria is leadership. Well, or more of leadership rather than the system of neo-colonial, client-state, prebenda capitalism, of which the leadership is but a mirror reflection. You know, we say if only the First Republic had been left to self-correct itself from a spiral into bloodlust and bloodthirst. Some say if only Murtala Muhammad had lived, if only we have had Abiola and not Abacha, if only. But nowhere was that positivism, the death and burial of our inglorious past, and the supposed dawn of great things on show more than this state, the Lagos state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Some of us older here will remember that even before being sworn in, or immediately on being sworn in, I can't remember which was which, the victorious faction of the ruling class has swung into action, organizing workshops, setting up one study group after another, one task force after another. To these study groups and task forces were assigned the task of researching or diagnosing the things or ailments that have held us back in the hierarchy of modern human societies, and profiling the possible remedies along with well-defined roadmaps for their implementation. Unsurprisingly, given its key role in the maintenance of social order in any political system, the judiciary had its fair share of those workshops, study groups, and task forces. A then young and reform-minded academic, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, was recruited as State Attorney General to lead the charge of salvaging the administration of justice in these states from the decrepit and unsatisfactory condition it was designed to have fallen into, to lift it up to one, a fit-for-purpose state we desired. History reminds us that sometime in the year 2000, the Lagos State Ministry of Justice, under the leadership of Professor Yemi Osinbajo, convened, in collaboration with the Nigerian Bar Association branches in Lagos, a stakeholder summit on the theme, Administration of Justice in the 21st Century. That summit, like the legendary Mungo Park that discovered River Niger, also discovered that the descent of our administration of criminal justice into a state of unfitness and untrustworthiness was corruption, fueled and symptomized by 1, inadequate salary and allowances of all cadres of judicial officers. 2, inefficiencies due to poor training and lack of on-the-job exposure to capacity building training and development opportunities of judicial and administrative support staff. 3, poor and inadequate court infrastructure and facilities. 4, complex and complicated rules of procedure that give rise to avoidable administrative bottlenecks. 5, inadequacy in number of judicial and administrative support staff. And 6, weak process of assessing candidates for judicial appointments, and even weaker process of suspension of performance of serving judges. Well, in street lingo, the man knows man phenomenon. Towards improving the situation, the following steps were then, decided upon and taken under Professor Osinbajo. 1, appointing new judges and magistrates using stricter guidelines, including as recommended by the state MBA branches, rating examination for would-be magistrates. 2, increasing the salary allowances of all judicial officers. 3, creating more training opportunities for judicial officers. For instance, newly appointed judges were made to undergo a 6-week training organized by the Judicial Service Commission. 4, building more courtrooms and improving the working facilities. E.g., about that time we introduced electronic recording facilities, which those of us here who are very familiar, who practice a lot, will know that you remember some of those corrupt judges immediately killed those electronic working machines so that, they prefer the long hand rather than, I wouldn't mention them, but, I had the experience in some of those courts. The ones that didn't have anything to hide would even use their own money, to maintain the facility and keep it going. And some of those courts, up to today, it was those ones that is set up that time that you still have functioning up to today. 5, breaking the high court into specialized divisions to enhance efficiency. That was when you had the introduction of divisions like criminal division, lands and probate, and so on and so forth. And then comprehensive review of the procedural rules of court. Now, about a year after the summit, a survey carried out in mid-2001 to measure the perceptions of lawyers. A survey was carried out to measure the perception of lawyers in the state. The outcome, as later published, showed that 99% of the respondents agreed that there was corruption in the Lagos State Judiciary, out of which 80% considered the level of prevalence either high or very high, and then 40%, when they were asked, will you report, 40% said they will not report erring judicial officers because they believe that no action will be taken. Against the backgrounds of these workshops, surveys, and whatever, what could be regarded as the golden age of the attempt to revive the judiciary in Lagos went on full speed. We witnessed such breaths of fresh air as the appointment of the cohort of the young and agile, intelligent and hardworking, reputed and reputable personages that included persons like Wale Abiru, now Justice of the Supreme Court, Olubimi Oyewole, now of the Court of Appeal, Williams Daudu, also of the Court of Appeal, Justice Tunde Oshodi, Olatero Olagbegi, Olushola Williams, Morenike Obadina, Latifat Okunu, A.J. Koka, R.I.B. Adebiyi, Adedayo Oyebanji, J.E. Oyefeso, the late, I think, Justice Onyabo, Justice Ikpaye, etc. If there was any man knows man at play in that process, it must have been very insignificant and in fact positive, going by the performance on the bench of these cohorts of judges. And you see many of them remaining the mainstay of the Lagos judiciary till date. It was also about that time that the transition from manual to electronic recording of court proceedings began. Unfortunately, the reforms could not be sustained because politicians of the Nigerian breed have sooner since returned to their accustomed ways, with the judiciary dragged along at breakneck speed towards the abyss. But let us not run ahead of ourselves. The point being made here is that that period was a time to be hopeful, and Adesina Ogunlana was suffused in so much hope that he bettered a brilliant idea to support and promote the hope we all had of a new dawn. He was over hopeful and undone by that unbridled hope. If my memory serves me right, you know the survey I mentioned earlier on, I participated in it. I must have fallen into the category of the 40% that believe that no action will be taken. I had practical reason for that. A client of mine, First Bank of Nigeria, once did so, and I boldly accepted the brief of presenting his complaint against one of those more notorious judges. After, I wasn't a senior advocate then, after a senior advocate of Nigeria had docked the responsibility. Of course, the complaint was well grounded. It was either the judge had been compromised or was grossly ignorant and incompetent. Either way, shouldn't be a judge. The case was so made out that it could not be dismissed. The deserving sentence or punishment was docked on the laughable basis that the otherwise unavoidable decision will prejudice the Court of Appeal. But the real prejudice was to me and against me. It was one of the reasons why what took some a single application and pre-qualification for elevation to the rank of Senior Advocate of Nigeria took me a journey of almost 10 applications and 10 pre-qualifications to attain. On one occasion, my interview was before a panel that had 2 chief judges and 1 senior advocate of Nigeria on it. Immediately I entered the interview room. I knew the results. The senior advocate of Nigeria was well known as a friend of the another senior advocate involved on the other side of the subject of the complaint. In fact, I could say that he holds his elevation to the rank to that older senior advocate. One of the chief judges was of Lagos State. The other chief judge of Katsina State, and who was chairman of that panel, that stylishly eventually dodged the complaint. And before I sat down, the then chief judge of Katsina, who was chair of the interview panel, exclaimed his recollection of my appearance for the complainant in the disciplinary matter. I reminded, of course, I can't be intimidated by anybody. So I reacted by reminding him. This was taking place before I was even invited to sit down. So I reminded him of the outcome, which was not that the complaint, not by me, by clients. I was just brought in to come and, represent the party in the matter. Which was not that the complaint lacked merit or was dismissed. It wasn't dismissed. The decision was to keep it in abeyance on the excuse of not wanting to prejudice proceeding before the Court of Appeal. Well, he said the reason he brought it up was because he had been impressed by me. In what respect, he did not elaborate, and I should not worry. Of course, I didn't worry, and I was denied what I was clearly entitled to that year, and the year after, and the year after, and so on and so forth. On the other hand, the judicial personage, whose conduct as a judge was subject of the complaint, rose in steady order to become the chief judge of Lagos State. If you want to use mafioso terms, she became the capo di tutti capi. Now, Sherubawo, Jawolaya, scare them, bewilder them, that's the meaning. Adesina Ogunlana, I will guess, I fell into one category. Ogunlana fell into the other category, the other 40% that will report erring judicial officers because they believed in Professor Oshibajo and his reforms. It is worth noting that he had been impressed with and smitten by Professor Oshibajo since his days as a law student at the Lagos State University, during which the prof had been in the top rank of his law lecturers. And so it was that barely 5 years after his call to the bar in 1996, he proclaimed loudly and with a mighty voice to the bar and bench in Lagos State and in support of the judicial reform movement, sunlight is the best disinfectant, and the heavens will not fall by funding the learned squib. If, as had been diagnosed, the administration of justice in Lagos State was suffering from the infection of corruption, then one of the disinfectants, in fact the best that should be used on it, is exposure to sunlight, because sunlight is nature's own disinfectant. Of course, the sunlight meant, by sunlight it meant exposure to public view, making a spectacle of acts of judicial corruption and of those involved in such acts. For him, it was not enough, as we do now, as people do, to whisper about corruption in the judiciary. We should start naming and shaming and bringing those involved or responsible for it to public light. And justice to discourage others and enforce or bring about the fit-for-purpose judiciary and administration of justice we all crave. Though, with respect, your honor now, the chief magistrate here, so I say we worshipped, we honored, and we, my Lord, that's the language, if I may be permitted to put it that way. Those employed and sanctified to administer justice at whatever level of our system of administration of justice are not above the law. They are supposed to administer and enforce. The law reigns over everyone, including its makers, the interpreters, and the enforcers. So, expecting and demanding their compliance with the law will not and should not bring the heavens down. Sherubawo then set out to complement the reformatory agenda through daring the accursed devil right inside and from inside his inner sanctum, with the aim of nailing it to the cross as public exhibit. Why would a barely 6-year-old post-con lawyer take on such onerous and dangerous responsibility? Did he not know that it was a perilous road for anyone ambitious for personal success in this profession in Nigeria? Did he not anticipate that at every inch of that road will be erected a brick wall by the willing and dealing? I rob your back, you rob mine, and justice be damned, wheeler, dealer, investors in the status quo? He answered this question himself many years later when, on the celebration of his penultimate birthday alive, he said what I have arranged into a poem as follows. Again, quoting him, I consider myself simply lucky. My luck is inborn. My unambitious material tastes are inborn. I don't crave titles. You know, I was craving to be SAN. Says, I don't crave titles, money, estates, fame, overseas travels, or sojourns. It is not out of any piety. Now so I be. When I told the well-wisher very recently that God forbid bad thing when he wished the sick on me, sick, or those of us who are not lawyers, senior advocates of Nigeria, when he wished the sick for me, guy almost dropped dead in shock. Far less incomers, far less earners, mechanics, vulcanizers, panel beaters, etc. People of those category have earnestly cancelled me on occasions to have a new car. But I am not yet displeased with my 15-year-old green Saladin. They say, you are bigger than this. But I know it's a lie. I'm not bigger than I am. Which money I get? I am not comfortable in loud, noisy, shikari-me parties. They actually bore me. On account of this outlook, there are many who look down on me. One fellow Ikejaba chairman once derided me as unsuccessful. Another colleague, a hillbilly actually, had labeled me before as a lawyer with stagnated practice. Such are the views of materialists, and they don't count. What counts for me is whether one is living a life of positive impact, a life of good legacies. At 59, I'm glad I am not an anonymous Lagos lawyer, or worse, a notorious one. Reading the sincere adulation and commendation about me, even in their modest quantum, from diverse quarters, when I turned 59 on 27 July 2023, I am encouraged to even strive more after the admonition of Jesus the Christ. Quote, let your light so shine before men, so that they may give praise to your Father which art in heaven. End of quote. And so, though it was the activities of the learned script that first brought him to limelight of Nigeria's bar and bench, Sherubawan had long before then lived the life of an activist for moral regeneration and social change. Born on 27 July 1964 to the pair of Mr. Oyewole and Mrs. Tolani Ogunlana of Ilekure, Ibadan, our departed hero was brought up, as the saying goes, by the hand. His travails started early in life when at the age of 12 he ceased to have a mother. His path to law was also convoluted, so to say. Having first obtained a bachelor's degree in English studies from the University of Ife in 1985, serving and then working as a secondary school teacher in Kazauri up till, Kazauri is in Kano State, up till 1988, before enrolling as an undergraduate law student of the Lagos State University in 1989. Well, during his time at Great Ife, where I first met him, he would not have anything to do with the student union, despite encouragement from some of us. His only involvement was he didn't want to have anything to do beyond playing the role of the press in our student union democracy. He was pugnacious and unsparing in beaming and using his journalistic sunlight as disinfectant on the activities of both the union and its officers and operatives. If you wanted to know how the union was meeting or failing in its responsibilities, or how well or badly any officer was handling his or her remit, the place to be was dubbed the democracy wall of the university, the Democracy Wall of Awolowo Hall. Yes. Every Sunday, when and where he posted his investigative and opinion articles under the byline of Junior on Sunday. It was at LASU that he got beaten by the bug of unionism and moved from critic to active player in student unionism. Knowing what student unionism was at Ife, vis-a-vis what he met on ground at LASU, he felt compelled to bring a little bit of the Ife craziness in him to bear on the LASU union. LASU was almost overwhelmed by the menace of student cultism. At Ife, where he had earlier schooled, cultism was an anathema. According to him, in an interview he granted to DNL Legal and Style in 2019, during his time at LASU, student unionism became a serious business that yielded positive results, in that under the presidency of Wale Okunuyi and the secretary generalship of Shola Adeboyan, they, quote him again, used to go and catch cult boys by hand, to hunt for cult boys, because when you have strong union, you don't have courts, and when you have strong courts, you don't have strong union. And when you have a union that is blended with court, you don't have a strong union. We were never compromised. And of course, in LASU, I had an advantage of with age, because I was with people who were younger. I became their leader and an agitator. Of course, it was not a wonder that Professor Jadesola Akonde expelled us. I was expelled even though I was not the president. My name was first on the list of the 34 students expelled. The expulsion was in the year 1991, and he remained for the next 2 academic sessions in that state of rustication, during which he rejected and confronted idleness with marriage and conjugal activism. Before the law ordered him and his cohorts to be reinstated as students in a breach of human rights case brought and fought for him and his cohorts by the one and only, our member here too, Mr. Femi Falano. According to him, in that same press interview I mentioned earlier, what was the reason for, he gave the reason for their suspension. It was not because of student unionism as such. It was because we were supporting ASU. You follow ASU is about to go on strike again on the same problem. Said we were supporting ASU and trying to prevent them from embarking on strike. There was a particular morning that they were supposed to give to lecturers. You know, you hear them again saying the same thing. You promised us this morning, we sign agreement, you know, but you are not implementing it. They called it, this particular one was called the refurbishment loan. I don't know whether it was to refurbish their car. You know, they couldn't afford cars again, or to refurbish their apartment. But it was called refurbishment loan. Professor Jadesola Akonde had agreed to pay them and then renege, and features were spoiling to go on strike. And this was after they had just returned from one. We could not afford another strike action, and we resisted it. We stormed the school. We did not destroy anything, but arrested lecturers, all of them, including my dean, Professor Yerokun. Of course, LASU student will not know that he learned that tactics from Ife. Because while as Great Ife, you know, we used to arrest our chancellor. We'll put him in a wheelbarrow. Yes, we'll put him in a wheelbarrow and drive him around the campus. Babalawo, professor, you know. Well, the administrators at Ife used to treat those things, you know, as just youthful exuberance. We won't assault them, we won't do anything. We are just having fun, you know. They saw it as youthful exuberance, which they are also engaging during their student days. Some on that same Unife campus. Well, Professor Akonde and his administrative team had no time for such nonsense. Expulsion, it was. It was therefore not until 1995, 2 years after he should have done so, that our hero graduated and earned his LLB from LASU and proceeded to the law school, from which he earned his BL in 1996 and was subsequently called to the bar same year. Less than 3 years to Nigeria's return to democratic governance and the judicial reform activities of the democratic government of Lagos State, of which I made copious mention in my introduction. His legal teeth as a lawyer, particularly as a courtroom advocate, was caught at the Remedium Chambers under our current State Attorney General, Mr. Lawal Pedro S.A.N., from 1996 to December 1999. After which, from January in the year 2000, he set up a stall of his own using the rather prosaic, practice name and style of Winners Don't Quit Chambers. During his time at Remedium Chambers and working under the guidance of Mr. Lawal Pedro, he successfully undertook the task of defending Wale Arigbabu, the then president of the LASU Student Union, who with other student activists were charged with murder in the wake of a protest by the union against some motor park tout. The client took a risk. He was facing a case of murder and was engaging a barely 1-year-old lawyer at the bar to defend him. But they did so successfully. The spirit of unionism stayed with Adeshina after becoming a lawyer. He had promptly joined the Ikeja branch of the Nigerian Bar Association and engaged actively in the activities of the association at both the branch and national levels. Some of the positions he held has been reeled out, but these were the significant one. He was welfare secretary of Ikeja branch and member of the MBA NEC from 2008 to 2010. He was general secretary Ikeja branch and member of the MBA NEC from 2010 to 2012. He was vice chairman MBA Ikeja 2014 to 2016 and chairman 2016 to 2018. He was assistant secretary of the local organizing committee MBA Annual General Conference in 2009, secretary of the local organizing committee of the 2017 Annual General Conference. He also served as a co-opted member of the MBA NEC in 2018. And this area is subtitled, and the squib began to disturb the banquet table of corrupt practices in the judiciary and administration of justice. It was in the year 2001, right in the heat of those reforms, that the complementary attempt of the squib started. First as a 4-page weekly newsletter, which eventually grew to a weekly magazine of average 24 pages. With the support cast of equally starry-eyed, youthful enthusiasts that, a lot of you don't know this, included one of his wives, his wife, Mrs. Adesina Ogunlana. Omofranka. That was Mrs. Yemi, yes, I think, Ogunlana, who was not a lawyer, by the way, and which over time grew to involve people like Taiwo Akinlami, S.O.K. Chillings, Komi Ajibola, Taiwo Adedeji, Nike Adewusi, and Shade Owolabi, who were all lawyers. Sherubawo invested a preponderant portion of his professional time into the Squib's mission of journalistically shining light on the judiciary and its activities, monitoring court operations, exposing deficiencies in administration of justice, whistleblowing on potential misconduct, and promoting good and ethical practices at the bar and on the bench, fostering accountability in judicial administration, and most importantly, inspiring civic engagement and reforms. You see now some judges, even though very few, habitually coming, those of us still practicing, habitually coming, commencing court sitting at whatever time it pleases or catches their fancies, in utter contempt of the requirement for court to commence sitting by 9 a.m. Well, the situation was worse in those days when it's sorry, women, I don't mean to, it was, as I compare it to the experience pregnant women used to have in maternity wards of general hospitals when they go for antenatal. They only know, those women here who have been to general hospital antenatal will know what I'm talking about. I know because I once accompanied my wife to the place. They only know when to arrive, but never know when it will be their turn in the huge crowd to be called and attended to. The actual antenatal consultation would usually take no more than maybe 5 minutes. But you have to arrive the ward first thing in the morning and be prepared to spend the whole day waiting, sometime in vain to be attended to. What made our own situation in the judiciary worse at the time was because, in the case of the maternity wards, you could actually see the doctors. They are there on time, they are attending to people. It's just that they are overwhelmed with work, But in our own case, throughout the waiting period, the judges, a notorious example was one Justice Olugbani, and their support staff used to saunter in anytime, most days as late as 3 p.m. And some days not even at all. They won't come at all. You will sit there from morning till night. Nobody will talk to you. Nobody would. So that was what used to be in those days. The squib did the yeoman's job of employing and placing observers in all the high court and magistrate courtrooms to monitor and report on the time each judge or magistrate commenced and ended daily proceedings in their courts. Through this naming and shaming approach, improvements began to occur in most courtrooms, with the exception of the chronic judges and magistrates of the ilk of the above-mentioned high court personage. Just as this won the squib, the applause and appreciation of a last section of the long-suffering bar, enmity also started coalescing against it by some members of the bar whose modus operandi is eye service. They're not simply my lord, but my noble, my noble lord type, And by a powerful section of the bench made up of some judges that were regularly exposed in the weekly performance reports, and some others that were actuated by nothing more than sheer arrogance. Those types that say, who is upstarts to question us and expose us to public ridicule? By public ridicule, they mean public scrutiny. But it was much more than that. Every week also came with one probing headline or the other that discomfited these elements. I remember a few. Give a few illustrations here. Civil society support for the reform set in motion under Professor Shibajo included campaigning for better funding and self-accounting by the judiciary as an independent arm of the government. My brother here, Mure, they are still engaged in that fight. I used to take my friend, Dr. Banire, that this thing that you guys are doing, what is it really for? You're wasting your time, and I have my reasons. Well, the Landers Cube, why is part of that campaign? He was campaigning for better funding, judicial self-independence, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. Complemented it by beaming the searchlight on the fate of the crumbs that was then coming to the judiciary. So one headline was the story of the alleged misappropriation by the then Chief Judge, the Honorable Justice Shotuminu, yes, of money voted and made available to the state judiciary and meant to be released to and used by individual judges to run their courtrooms. The story was based on, a supposed petition signed by 23 of the judges, even though the petition itself was not. He didn't publish the petition, but that was the basis of the story. There was the follow-up headline, Abiru goes to Siberia, which was one on the theme of the abuse and misuse to which a chief judge may put his untrammeled administrative power to post judges around divisions. It was a satirical piece on the posting by the then chief judge of the much beloved Honorable Justice Abiru, as it then was, but later JCA and currently JSC, to Badagry Division, which at that time was considered the Siberia of the divisions of the High Court of Lagos State. Siberia is the outermost part of Russia. It's a desolate place. You can Google it, find out what about Siberia. Very cold, So that was the, So for his story, there was a reason why he was publishing the story. He wasn't just doing it for sake of, if you are campaigning that we should allow self-accounting for the judiciary, shouldn't we ask what they are doing with the money? So that was, there are so many other headlines taking up the chief judges, who are the administrative head, the accounting, whatever. You get money, You have story of EFCC investigating some of them, because when the money comes in, rather than using it for the purpose for which it was meant, they use it for something else. Those of us practicing here, you could see that's a new building they gave to us during that reform. You can see the condition it is now, run down, back to the old days. In those days too, as still is now, some senior lawyers like the late Kende Shofola SAN chief, and some judges like the Honorable Justice Hunkponu Wusu, who was also much beloved by junior lawyers because of the way he used to protect them against bullying seniors during court sessions. That's Justice Wusu. Would not pass by or watch any inappropriately dressed lawyer without calling the offender's attention to his error. I remember at least 2 occasions before the Honorable Justice Wusu when he asked metaphorically naked lawyers to go cover up properly before coming back to address the court. When a lawyer is dressed and is said to be naked, it means that he's not dressed the way a lawyer is supposed to be dressed. He may be wearing whatever he wants to. It doesn't mean that it's, you can see his whatever private. No, that's not what it means. So the headline of one weekly edition of the Squib was a photograph and story of a high court judge in attendance at an official dinner, dressed in a manner that did not serve as a good precept to anybody. So there was a reason for that publication as well. The judge was dressed like, I'm sorry to say. Okay, don't let me say the word. Well, there were other headlines, including one that exposed the involvement of some judicial officers, including the then Chief Judge, the Honorable Fatai Adeyinka, in the selling of an attached Toyota car worth about 1.8 million at a grossly undervalued price of 180,000 naira to a buyer that turned out to be the Chief Judge's wife. Another satirical piece was one titled, "The Judge Who Became a Carpenter." It was about Justice Ade Alabi, later Chief Judge, who as admin judge at the Ikeja Division allegedly came to one of the entrances into the court premises with a hammer to break the gates that had been locked by the NBA during a protest against astronomical hikes in filing fees by the Lagos State government in 2002. But it was not all negative. There were reports and articles laudatory of good conduct in judicial positions and aimed at inspiring heroic exceptionalism within an otherwise rotten and unsatisfactory system. Such were headlines like Ikoroduba celebrates good judge. The subject of that piece was Abiru, now Justice of the Supreme Court. Another one was like a diamond in the sky. Surprise, surprise, ironically celebrating Professor Jadesola Akonde, his former Vice Chancellor of LASU, during whose tenure he was expelled as a law student. And so on and so forth. If we go into a full analysis, we may not live here today. So I'm just giving a few examples. Above represented the broad spectrum of what the Squib used to publish, week in, week out. And then I go to the subtitle, "The Disturbed Banqueters Took Up Arms." The enmity of the enemies of the open society and those campaigning for it in the judiciary and administration of justice sector thickened. New powerful recruits were made into the unsupposing conspiracy. The first strike against the burgeoning magazine and the campaign it was headlining was the imposition of a ban on it from circulation anywhere within the premises of the High Court of Lagos State. Sherubaon's response to this was to first find out whether the ban also applied to the distribution and sale of other publications. When the response to this was negative from the then Chief Registrar, Mrs. Taiwo, who later had a distinguished and unblemished career on the bench too, Sherubaon declared the order malafide and therefore undeserving of compliance by the learned Squib. Subsequent attempts to enforce the order led to regular arrests and bodily assaults and brutalization of different staff and supporters of the magazine by the court security guards and well-motivated policemen. I hope you understand what I mean by well-motivated policemen. And how was the police gotten involved? It was on the complaint of, quote, conduct likely to cause a breach of peace. In other words, the learned squeeze media exposures of unsavory acts and conduct in the judiciary and in the administration of justice was a threat to public peace. It was a period of shame. A number of very senior lawyers, it must be recorded for history, stood up against this show of shame. To mention a few, Chief Ganifawemi was always there to send lawyers from his chambers to various police stations to stand for arrested persons. Chief Debo Akonde, also late now, when invited to, they had a conclave They call it a Bar Elders Forum or something like that. When invited to a conclave of so-called Committee of Bar Elders to discuss and decide on measures to take to end the menace being constituted by the squib, alleged, reportedly said to the conclave, quote, if only for helping us tame Olugbani, I will continue to support the squib. What we, the elders of the bar, collectively fail to achieve, that small boy has done it. If you like, call me a board member of the squib. No problem. End of quote. Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, SCN, later MBA president and much, much later governor of Ondo State, and Mr. Wole Aino, a past chairman of the Ibadan branch of the MBA, helped the magazine to extend its course to Oyo State branches of the MBA. Femi Falana did not fail to speak out in defense of the magazine, and most notably, Chief J.O.K. Ajayi, SCN, later stood as a brick wall against the subsequent attempt to disbar Adesina Ogunlana. From the imposition of the ban in 2001 November up to the end of 2002, the cat and mouse war went on. Eventually, unable to overcome the stiff resistance to its repressive measures against the magazine, a complaint of infamous conduct was raised to the MBA disciplinary committee against the publisher, Adesina Ogunlana, by the then Chief Judge, Shotuminu. His lordship was seeking disbarment of Adesina Ogunlana and cessation of publication of the squib. That was what she wanted. Bamidele, we have to name two. Bamidele Adedeji Aiku, senior advocate of Nigeria, of whom nothing more said here is more than eloquent here, who by some unknown criteria had been placed in the chairmanship of that committee, went all out to shepherd the 7-man committee to make a finding of a prima facie case of professional misconduct against Adesina Ogunlana and to recommend him to the Legal Practitioners Committee for trial and punishment. Well, despite his best efforts, Chief Aiku could only muster a 3-3 tie on the committee, which he then made a majority of 4-3 in favor of the machination with his own tie-breaking vote as chairman. Such was the impact of the squib that 3 members of the committee refused to lend themselves to the shenanigan then afoot. And so it was that this 4-3 majority recommended Adesina Ogunlana to be charged by the MBA before the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee on the following, frankly, to me, laughable one count of professional misconduct. Quote, Adeshina, that's the charge, Adeshina Ogunlana, as a legal practitioner in various editions of the squib between 2001 and year 2003, published of judges of the Lagos State Judiciary, words that have negative impact on the administration of justice in Lagos State. That was the charge. The charge failed to state which provision of the then enforced rules of professional conduct for legal practitioners was breached. I myself at the time read through those rules, trying to discover which made the publication of words that have negative impact on the administration of justice a professional misconduct. The risibility of the charge was obvious to any sensible person, other than Bamidele Aiku, SAN, and his co-strikers against the open society and better functioning of judicial system craved by majority of Nigerians. So if a non-lawyer journalist, I'm asking a question, publishes a news report or opinion piece in, say, the Punch newspaper that a judge or chief judge thinks uncomplimentary of fees or the system he's presiding over, Chief Aiku will get the MBA to charge and try the journalist. Well, I take caution and remind myself of the previous admonition that saying nothing of him is eloquent enough. Noteworthily, in recent memory, that same stunt of weaponization, attempt to weaponize our disciplinary process, was attempted against a retired legal practitioner, so he described himself, Mr. Dele Farotimi, regarding the publication of his book, The Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System. Unfortunately, for the disturbed banqueters this time, there was no Bamidele Aiku or his equivalent on the current Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee to push the worthless agenda. There may be reason here to be hopeful for our profession, especially under the oversight of our current Chief Justice of Nigeria, Kudirat Kekereekun. In truth, as it turned out, the charge was unserious. They knew it. Those behind it just wanted to find something to keep Adesina Ogunlana busy, as the Yoruba saying goes. And so for the next 10 years or thereabout, Adesina Ogunlana and his team of lawyers, led by Chief J.O.K. Ajayi SAN, were made to go through the troubles and expenses of traveling repeatedly from Lagos to Abuja for the supposed trial. Alas, not once did the complainant show up or the trial take place. Perhaps, as Adesina Ogunlana believed till his death, the appearance and constant presence of Chief J.O.K. Ajayi for the defense inhibited what was planned for him. According to a publication in the Squib edition of Monday, November 17, 2008, titled, "When Will the Trial of the Squib Editor Begin?" Don't forget that the charge was filed in, was it 2002, like I said. This was 2018. They kept on going forth, going back, going, nothing, But quoting Ogunlana again, he says, at the sitting of the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee on April 22nd, 2008, when Adesina Ogunlana, in the absence of his counsel, G.O.K. Ajayi SAN, respectfully sought to draw attention of the LPDC to the fact that the complainant was, as usual, absent, the presiding chairman, Umaru Eri, Chief Judge of Kogi State, sternly hushed down the editor with these unforgettable words: "You can't address us. It is because of Chief Ajayi that we are doing all this. If not for Chief Ajayi, we would have finished your matter a long time ago." He published it and there was no rejoinder to it, so I believe it happened. Well, whatever be the case, whether it was Ishe work that they found for him to take his time and waste his expenses, or it was because it was not anticipated that an institution, yes, the man was an institution in this profession, in the person of Chief J.O.K. Ajayi, will be the defense lawyer. The fact is that by the time of his death in 2024, Adesina Ogunlana was 28 years old as a member of the bar, of which about 10 years were wasted for him by opponents of the Open Society in the bar and bench of Nigeria. He was to experience even worse. I go to the subtitle, Lawyers for Change. The subtitle, Lawyers for Change, will, most likely bring to the consciousness of all of us at this occasion the name of the group set up by Adesina Ogunlana and others of similar mind as a campaign machinery in the 2015 general elections, which we featured his former teacher, Professor Yomi Osinbajo, SAN, as vice to Buhari's presidential candidacy. Of course, the outcome of that was of immediate satisfaction to Sherubawan, and his group, when their preferred ticket came out victorious in that election. But his long-term satisfaction with it all can be weighed against the fact that when the time came for the re-election campaign of same presidential ticket in 2019, Sherubawan and his co-travelers were, using military term, away without official leave on the campaign feats, having obviously gotten wind of their illusion in the Messianic ticket or in Messianism. The idea that the trouble with Nigeria is leadership and the solution is getting one Messiah. In that case, we had two Messiahs actually, Malam Buhari and Pastor Osinbajo, to take charge of our affairs and everything will magically change. But this subtitle is not about that phrase in the life and activities of Sherubawan. As I mentioned earlier, Sherubawan was a barman. As active members of the MBA are often described. Sherubawan, as earlier mentioned, was not only active as a member of the MBA, he held different executive and committee offices in his local bar and also at the national level. My focus here is therefore to talk briefly about his motivation and the uses to which he put the bar executive offices he held. I'm happy Akimboro is here, and Rapu is still also here to hear this bit of this presentation. He held so many offices. But why? What was his motivation? Why did he want to hold those offices? And what did he do whilst occupying those offices? In his DNL interview, to which I'd earlier refer in this lecture, Sherubawon explained what he thought an association such as the MBA should be focused on in the circumstance of our country, Nigeria, in the following words. I'm quoting him again. And sorry, before I quote him, I follow the activities of some of our campaigners for the next, well, not campaigners, it has not officially aspirant, let me put it, you know. And I read one time, issuing a statement on DSS, invitation to legal lawyers, you know, to undertake a security check or something like that. I didn't undergo security check when I became SCN. If I did, I'm sure they would have said, that one, don't give him. You know, so I'm not supportive of it, but we should, according to Sherubawon, we should not only struggle for ourselves, we should see beyond ourselves, beyond our association, beyond all these professionals. So what, in his view, should the MBA be doing? I'm quoting him. We need to open the eyes of the citizens. The Nigerian citizens are docile, the leaders are wicked, but they get away with blue border because the citizens are dominated. They are frightened and have been corrupted and misled. I hold firmly the Saperian philosophy. By Saperian philosophy, it meant the philosophy of Sakpara Williams, the first Nigerian to become a lawyer. He said way back in 1918, at least for the advancement of the nation. If you are a bread and butter lawyer and you are interested in mercantilist lawyering, then you have forgotten that it is when, hear that? You have forgotten that it is when the tree is standing that the birds can perch on it. If Nigeria is not standing, where will the MBA stand? As chairman, we have come so that, as chairman of Ikeja branch, he meant, as chairman, we have come so that we may practice and practice abundantly. I told my people that I'm not interested in building bar center. Don't forget, it was the secretary under this place started, they were raising money and all that. But what he was saying at that time is that our problem is more beyond building bar center. That was what he meant. He's not saying that we shouldn't be bar center. My focus as chairman was to make the Lagos State Judiciary work better so that we will expand our market. And I worked at that. And all of us can, those of us who are members of this branch, can testify to the fact that that is a statement of fact. One good illustration of how he lived as a lawyer for change, what he preached was the use to which he deployed his MBA, his office as MBA Ikeja chairman, to mobilize and aggregate public opinion on the unconscionable land use charge law of the Lagos State government in 2018. That law consolidated the unlawful seizure, yes, by the state of the role constitutionally vested in local governments to levy and collect rates such as ground rent, tenement rates, and neighborhood improvement levy. The new law, without repealing the old laws it was purporting to replace, consolidated these levies into a single annual charge. In practical reality, it turned out to be a skyrocket of what was previously payable by as much as an average 400%. Those of us living in Lagos could remember and collect that. This attracted wild, indeed almost universal public condemnation, not only on the ground of excessiveness, but also for being arbitrary, oppressive, and contemptuous of a citizenry already gasping for survival in the heat of the harshest economic conditions any government in Nigeria had ever inflicted on society. Wide and universal as the condemnation and opposition was, the government cared not, knowing that the masses had no vanguard organization to fight their cause. The labor unions, who the people usually would look up to in such situations, had become incapacitated in their vanguard roles due to the fact that they had, one after the other, fallen into state captivity. and being led by so-called comrades that were actually manipulated into those positions by state corruptive and destructive influences. Sherubawon at this time was MBA Ikeja chairman. And the question he asked, could the MBA Ikeja not step into this gap? Using his position as branch chairman, he started by galvanizing the attention of members of the branch itself to the situation and agitating for them to answer yes to the question. He got the branch to first of all set up a committee to do a legal forensic of the law and come up with why it should or should not be supported. The law was extensively dissected by the committee and found to be illegal in every material particular, especially going by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and even some laws of Lagos State itself. The report was submitted and subjected to consideration at a specially called branch meeting. The consensus was that the branch should go all out and mobilize opposition to it. Sherubawon had that report published into pamphlets, spent a lot of money, published into pamphlets in layman's language and circulated widely. When I mean layman's language, we removed all the ipso facto and so on, all those esoteric stuff that members of the public may not understand. Mandamus, manda this, manda whatever, you know. So he broke it down into layman's language and made a publication of it. Also using bad resources, he made sure he published it as advertorial in a newspaper so that it will reach beyond the ones we can, distribute. The resulting atmosphere of revolutionary fervor got the state jittery and scared. The state resorted to its usual tactics of trying to buy off or intimidate leaders of this emergent vanguard of the people. Sherubawon and some other leaders, having refused to be bribed, suffered arrest and detention by the police, but remained uncowed in leading the opposition of the people against this lawless law. It was a time we were all proud to be members of the MBA Ikeja. But being a body of lawyers, why not simply go to challenge the law rather than resort to mass agitation and street protest in wig and gown? As some had argued, some lawyers argue that you are lawyers, go to court and, why are you going on street protests? It's undignifying and all that, He answered, he gave his reasons for that. And I'm quoting him again. I see a lot of sense in that. He didn't say that it was not sensible. A lot of lawyers believe that what you are supposed to do is go to court, file a motion, get an injunction. But with due respect, they are not being realistic. They are only being traditional. And I think there is a maxim that says you compare like with likes. In the British legal system, for example, if I file a suit against you, immediately you have a notice of it, you stay, even when the court is here to grant injunction. It is called the doctrine of least pendens, right? In Nigeria, go and file an action and even get an injunction. I tell you, if you get injunction and you do not get Togri to support your injunction, they will do the thing and nothing will happen. Injunction in Nigeria will not help you. And that is the society. I try to be as much of a social realist as possible. Adaptability is the first law of survival in nature. The ability to adapt to your conditions. It was because he didn't obey this law that the dinosaurs went extinct. Yoruba says, alagidi loga alagbara, meaning the stubborn person is the master of the powerful person. Yes, once a person says, I'm ready to die, you cannot make that person your slave. To be a slave master, there must be somebody who is prepared to be a slave. You are aping a society where things work. A society where a judge can entertain your motion even in his bathtub. That was what we were taught. That wherever the judge sits is the court. But you are in a society that is a semi-jungle. And you are wearing bow tie and drinking soup in Sheraton and thinking that this method will change the mind of the might of people in governance. So, if our people have been thinking this is the way, my question is the way working? And that question still remains till today. Akimboro, if the MBA had simply said, found out the source of that order to go before DSS2 for whatever and trace it to the Supreme Court, as I believe it can be traceable to the Supreme Court. And the NBA simply says until the Supreme Court removes that thing, we are not coming to court. Yeah, the problem would have been solved by now. If we want to be sincere with ourselves, given what obtains in those kind of circumstances, such as in those, this is my own editorial on what he said. If you find us a suit today in this state, Lagos State, and if I'm lying, those of you practicing in Lagos, you can say no. Number one is that you cannot even have that suit promptly assigned by the chief judge for hearing before a judge in these days of temporary number, by which it now takes an average of 6 months from the day a suit is filed before it is eventually processed up to assignment to a judge. Am I lying? It's the truth. Even in fundamental human rights cases. Now, being against the state, such a suit, being against the state, you can be sure that the assignment by the chief judge to a judge to hear would also not be random. You won't just say, oh, yeah, judge, oh, like Lucky Dip, go and assign it to this judge. It won't happen. There are special judges to whom those cases will be assigned because the government is involved in it. Am I lying? And if and when it gets to be hard, the chances of that judge granting an injunction to restrain the state is very slim. Very, very slim. It did not used to be like that, even when we were under the rulership of the jackboots. This should be concerning to all of us. Judicial courage has increasingly become a scarce commodity. There's something I say regularly that if Ganifa and me were living today, if this were the time and circumstances he was doing those things, he would probably have died in jail long time ago. Because there will be no judge. They are not courageous. They don't want anything government. They want to dodge. They would have. And those of you that were expelled, including Ogunlana, if it were now, you will never get back to that lasso. That's the truth. Because our courts now, they look over their shoulder. What does the governor think? Or what does the president think? It's a shame. Well, whatever we think of the method deployed by Sherubanwa as MBA Ikeja chairman in the anti-land use charge law campaign, it is not disputable that the method was effective. First, the state hurriedly offered a 50% reduction on the rates chargeable under the law. When that was also rejected, the state legislature was forced into a comprehensive revision of the law to address all of the issues, except, of course, the one on the questionable constitutionality of that law, which is still there, The issues aggregated and campaigned against on the streets of Lagos by the MBA Ikeja under Sherubanwa. There was relief, end for the public by that struggle, which Sherubanwa used his position as MBA chairman to wage in the interest of the public. And then I'm getting to almost the end. This is subtitled The Gaping Crevice in the Wall and the Opportunist Lizard. There's a Yoruba proverb that says, Bi ogiri olanu alangba olewobe, which means that if there are no crevices in the wall, a lizard cannot penetrate into it. I mentioned earlier how 10 years of Sherubanwa's 28 years as a lawyer was used defending his right to remain one. A worse experience came after his tenure as chairman of MBA Ikeja. His accession to that office was not without its challenges. In 2016, he won the election into the office for a two-year term in the teeth of opposition of some powers that be in the association. After winning with a large margin against his opponent, the election and assumption of office of Ogunlana as branch chairman was annulled by the MBA national president, Mr. Augustine Alege, SCN, on the basis that there was a uniform bylaw that the NEC had just approved to disqualify candidates from contesting if they are held two previous offices within the last 5 years preceding the current contest. This was opposed by most members of Ikeja branch on the basis that the bylaw ought not apply retroactively. The branch insisted that it had already held its election, inaugurated, and was enjoying the services of the elected executive. So it's like wanting to boot the shed. Mr. Alege SN set up a one-man electoral committee of Nuruddin Ogbara to conduct fresh elections to the office of Ikeja branch chairman. Ultimately, my friend and brother Dele Loke, another Ikeja barman in his own right, who had in the past contested unsuccessfully for the office, took the open opportunity by getting himself declared elected unopposed as new chairman of the branch by the one-man electoral committee. The truth of the matter was that no member of the, we had our chairman and all that, so people didn't come out to contest. Oloke applied. He was the only one that applied, and therefore he became chairman. Therefore, the branch therefore became saddled with two chairmen, one by majority of the branch members, and the other backed by the national president, Mr. Alege. Thus, a bitter war ensued within the branch, which pitted former friends against each other. The national body, being the legally incorporated entity, procured a new bank account to be opened for the branch with Access Bank for the operation and use of the newly elected chairman, while the daily Adesina chairman remained in control of the previously existing bank account. Adesina Ogunlana, through the yet-to-be-changed authorized signatories of the previous branch executive led by our late brother, Mr. Yinka Farumbi. And this is where I want you to listen very well, my son, so that you can defend your father anywhere. When he became chairman, the mandate to operate the branch account was supposed to be changed. It hadn't been changed by the time all this problem started. So the old signatories remained signatories, even though they were no longer in office. The system created to keep the branch functioning under Adesina Ogunlana was that monies were regularly and periodically withdrawn from the old bank accounts on the existing and yet to be changed signature mandate of Yinka Farumbi's executive. They withdraw the money and give to Adesina Ogunlana for bar programs and activities of the branch executive committee under his own chairmanship. It was, for instance, and I'm saying this as a witness because I was supposed to, when I was approached, to come and defend. I said, I can't defend, I'm a witness. It was, for instance, through this method that it was possible to organize and hold the 2017 edition of the branch's Fawemism activities. I know this because the 2017 event, which was the 13th in the series, was the last held under my 2-year chairmanship of the organizing committee. For the first time since its commencement in the year 2004, the real possibility of not holding that event was staring us in the face, but for the determination of Adesina Ogunlana and the branch ESCO under his leadership at the time. As branch chairman, me personally, because I know the way people talk about money, I don't touch money. Anything you put me that is official, I will do the work. Whoever wants to sign or to go and do it, I don't want to touch any. So throughout, I'm not interested. Let the executive do it. But we got to a situation at that time when Ogunlana had to take money out, hand it over to Ogunlana. The argument was that, why don't you transfer directly to the vendor rather than giving the money to Ogunlana? It was impracticable. It was impracticable because you want to pay small vendors. Is it every time you take the money out in bulk? There's a budget, take it out, hand it over, and then you spend and disburse directly. And that was that was my final year as chairman. He wasn't the one that put me as a committee chairman. He only inherited our committee. And if Adindu is here, Barrister Adindu, Uguzo, he will testify to some of these things I'm saying because he was also a member. He's a permanent member, actually, of the Ganifa. Yes, because of his, he was practically the PA to Chief Ganifa when he was alive. So from the moment that thing was set up, he had always been there as a member. So he can testify to some of these things I'm saying. Now, ultimately, following the expiration of Alege's presidency and the advent of A.B. Mahmoud SAN as national president of the NBA, The attempts at retroactive enforcement of the bylaw got resolved in favor of Adesina Ogunlana, and he completed his 2-year term in 2018 with my friend Dele Oloke succeeding him as branch chairman. Unfortunately, the seed of bitterness sown during the rift germinated beyond the resolution and continued to sprout evil fruits. Some members of the branch acting on their own, either acting on their own or at the instigation of some subterranean forces with long-held malice against Ogunlana, generated a petition to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission against Adesina Ogunlana, his predecessor in office, Mr. Farumbi, and the immediate past treasurer, Mrs. Aderiran Lakapo, for purportedly conspiring to convert and converting the branch's money to the tune of about 20,100,000 naira to their personal use. Of course, this was sweet song in the ears of the state. Dabi Mosheda. You know, we accuse them of corruption and all that, so they would jump at any opportunity to say, we are not the only one corrupt. They are also corrupt. The critics are also corrupt. They are doing the same thing they are accusing us of. So they saw a good opportunity and they jumped in. So this lizard enthusiastically crept into the crevice like the proverbial alangba. The investigative and prosecutorial powers of the EFCC was weaponized, and magically that weapon yielded a 30-count charge, over 20,100,000. 30-count charge. The summary of the entire 30 was that Yinka Farumbi and Derek Akpo, who were signatories to the accounts of the MBA Ikeja branch, signed some checks at different times, allegedly without appropriate authorization, and gave the proceeds, the checks to Adesina Ogunlana to cash. So Ogunlana will go cash and use it for the activities. That's my son. That's the whole thing about it. So tell your sister that is what it was all about. The accusers knew as much as any non-malicious member of our branch of the MBA that the proceeds of their lectures were used for the activities of the branch. Notwithstanding this fact, from 22nd May 2019, the EFCC devoted taxpayers' time and resources to the chase of this mythical stolen 20.1 million until Yinka Farumbi died on 12th October 2023 and Adesina Ogunlana followed on 6th August 2024, leaving Mrs. Derek Akpo as the surviving defendant. I can only call on those of our members through whom the crevices in our otherwise impenetrable walls, the walls of the tiger branch of the MBA, into which the lizard of misfortune has crept, to have a rethink. My conclusion, apotheosis of a rebel against social injustice. Yoruba have a saying, "Eniyan osunwon laaye, eyan tabakula adere." You know. Let me try and yes. It simply means you become an hero. You are not respected when you are alive. You are disrespected, but you become overnight after your death. You become a deity. Let's put it that way. It is deity, you know. When a man dies, and even his worst enemies acknowledge his goodness and bow in grief, what other or better vindication does he need? Because, you know, he kept on telling me that he was looking forward to the day when the case will be over and he will celebrate, because he was sure that we all knew there was nothing to it. He was waiting for the court judgment to vindicate him. But death deprived him of what would have been another victory, you know, against those who were conspired against him. Friends, as we mark the 1-year remembrance of Ogunlana's death, let us recall the following commendations which vindicated his character. Quote, our current president, Alpha Musigwe, at that time, I think he was elected but not yet sworn in also. No, well, let's start with the MBA NEC. Don't forget that it was the MBA NEC. It was on the charge against him was MBA versus Ogunlana at the disciplinary committee. But when he died, this was what the MBA NEC said. In this time, when citizens of this country look up to conscientious members of the legal profession for direction, the passage of Adesina Ogunlana is a monumental loss, as he was an activist in the exact sense of the word. That was the MBA's from MBA's next release. Our current president, I think he was maybe was already re-elected, I don't know at that time, but not yet president. He wasn't yet sworn in. Had this to say, he championed numerous causes, standing firm in the face of adversity and often putting himself at great personal risk to advocate for justice and the protection of fundamental rights. The Ikeja branch, from where the petition of stolen mythical 20.1 million went, had this to say. He lived an exemplary life worthy of emulation. Do you emulate a thief? Worthy of emulation by all. His contribution to our branch in particular and the legal profession in general will forever remain indelible. His dedication to the pursuit of justice was unwavering, and his legal expertise was unmatched. He approached each matter with passion and a commitment to upholding the principles of fairness and equity. And then our current governor, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State, against, well, he wasn't in power. His predecessor was in power when the land use charge fight went on. If they had a bad record about him going behind at night to collect money, I'm sure they won't say so. Described Ogunlana in his statement commiserating with us as the fearless, the fearless and courageous lawyer. Not a fearless and courageous, the fearless and courageous lawyer. Nation newspaper publication had this to say: we lost a people soldier. We lost a warrior king. We lost an anti-corruption crusader. We lost an advocate for the rights of man. We lost another credible voice of the rights of man. If you are a lawyer in Nigeria and you have not heard or seen Adesina Ogunlana in action, speaking and fighting for people's welfare, then you know nothing. Lastly, let me just say the last one. Channels, the popular Channels television, when it was announcing news reports on the death of Ogunlana, this was how they presented it. Death cast a somber shadow on the legal community and the civil space in Nigeria on Wednesday with the devastating news of the demise of one of the most resilient members of the legal profession. Adesina Ogunlana, popularly known as Yoruba, a colloquial Yoruba word for scare them or frighten the oppressors, has embarked on his final voyage. This time, not to the courtroom to defend helpless, voiceless, and oppressed citizens, and not to demonstration grounds to protest anti-people policies by the government, but to the world beyond, to the other side of mortality. In a similar way to bowing in the courtroom before judges as he argued on behalf of his client, Ogunlana bowed to death just days after friends and colleagues celebrated his 68th birthday with a lecture late in July. Known for his pro-people stance on national issues, the radical and outspoken Ogunlana prominently featured in many defining protests in Nigeria, from Occupy Nigeria in January 2012 to the 2020 NSAS rallies, and most recently Embark Governance nationwide rallies. He was also the lawyer of NSAS petitioners at a panel set up to probe the incident of the Lekki toll gate in Lagos. Ogunlana expertly fused activism with his legal practice. He juggled the two constituencies with unparalleled but equal zest. He was a force in the civic space whose vacant seat will be hard to fill. And so, like he dreamt and hoped for, he didn't die anonymous. And if any notoriety attached to his memory, it is the notoriety of zealotry in the cause of the underdogs and the downtrodden in our country. It is a good and not a bad notoriety that speaks eloquently to his good name and memory. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That is, you may be seated, gentlemen and ladies. That's a very, very great one. That's a great one. We appreciate you, Lionel Sick, and a friend. Please, before they arrest me for stealing car, somebody for point. Please, if it is your own, oh, please, kindly indicate, then you pick it up. We appreciate you. Please, let me quickly acknowledge these distinguished colleagues and fellows. Mrs. Bossede Ayodele, our big sister, former DPP Lagos State. We appreciate you, ma. Auntie is always with us. Sheun Kuti. We appreciate you. The call was just put across to him by Mr. Konde a few days ago. He said he has rehearsal, but he has to spare the time. Ogunlana was his lawyer. Dr. Olaoluwa is a lecturer in Faculty of Law, LASU. Are you still there? Please, let's acknowledge you. God bless you, sir. Comrade Lukman Amolegbe, the second president of LASU Student Union Government. Second, that's the second. That means there's only one person before him. We appreciate you, comrade. I need to appreciate and recognize the chairman of Lagos branch, Chief Mrs. Uchenna Ogunedo Akingbade. This is our wife now. Oginimere. Now, Chief Mrs., we give people title here now. And one of our respected senior author and publisher, more than 40 years in the profession, but he's still looking very young. He's over 70. Should I call him pastor now? Egbon Timothy Tugbiyele. I saw him. We appreciate you, sir. Mrs. Onyikan Badejo Kusanya, Silk Designate. You are welcome, man. I understand that the chairman of MBA Lagos came with the entourage of Lagos Branch ESCO. We appreciate you. We welcome you. When I joined this branch, after I returned to Nigeria from Calabar, I served in Calabar, and I spent some years to test the ground. The relationship I met between Lagos branch and Ikeja branch was very cordial. We used to hold meeting here. If there's a national issue to tackle, we hold it here or hold it in Lagos. I want to urge that such a relationship should continue. Yes, I want to also acknowledge Comrade Wasiu Adeyemi Awo, the current student union president of LASU. Huh? Okay, former student union president of LASU. Those are Ogunlana's constituency. Mr. Comrade Peter Adebayo, current president. We don't want to impeach you, please. Please, LASU, Comrade Peter Adebayo, are you there? God bless you. Let's give him a round of applause. The LASU people don't forsake their people. That is one thing I love about them. During the burial arrangement, they were there day and night. God bless you. Comrade Ibikunle Ayotunde, General Secretary, LASU Student Union. Are you there? God bless you. Comrade Ismail Asiza, Assistant General Secretary, LASUSU. Thank you very much. Talking about craziness. Sometimes when we undertake some ventures or journeys, and we sit down to assess ourselves. Ogunlana will now say, are we normal? How can somebody do what we've just done? Sometimes we'll be on the road midnight, we can't do it again. And the next time we now gather at a meeting, and I say, fellow madmen, they say, they are not mad. I say, Shebi, you say we are mad. So, before the chairman has directed, and I'm bound, that we should take comments on the paper just delivered by the learned senior advocate. We want to be short. We want to keep it short and brief. I recognize Comrade Farotimi, retired lawyer. Okay, please, we want to have the people. We don't want anybody to just come in. We have Dele here. Who else? Okay, that's Are Taiwo Adedeji. I can see Don Martino. SOK. I won't appoint women. They too will have to indicate now. We take your goodwill message, Mr. Nduka. Okay, please. So, we take the numbers, please. Adedeji number 1. Ogunleye 3. 4. Okay. What's your number? 4. 4. 5. Okay. We will take your goodwill message, Mr. Chairman. They said there's no lady at the bar. Okay. Goodwill message. We have how many goodwill messages? We have 3. Please, let's go. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
I will try my best to stay under those 2 minutes. But I will try my best to stay under those 2 minutes. But I will urge all of us to join me in one song. I sang this same song on Baba's 68th birthday. And I think it matters because it's a reminder. And it's a succinct reminder. And everything we've heard today, including what the learned silk has had to say. And by the way, help me thank him. He drove all the way to Ekiti repeatedly to ensure that I did not spend too long in my holiday accommodation. You can help me thank him. What I sang on that day was Sheito She, Ore Mi, Ojon Law. When I was singing that song on the day, this same pulpit, I did not know on the day that it was the last time I was going to see my friend and my leader. Adesina Ogunlana was my senior in LASU when I went back to read law, like he too came to read law in LASU. We shared the same hostel, Adanla. He was also my employer. The second person to employ me as a lawyer was Adesina Ogunlana. And he was also my leader. I can't recall his where myself and Ogunlana had any material difference of opinion. It was usual that he would take an action and I would come. He would even take the action in my name and I would come and in fact, he wouldn't need to explain it. And it was the same. But when I say Sheito She or John Law is to remind all of us that at the end of the day, no matter how long we live, we will go one day. It was his 60th birthday, we were in this same room, And all that song says is that just remember that we are all passengers, travelers through time. I did not know and could not have envisaged that Ogunlana would be dead 10 days later. I can't recall a single time that he was ill. He was always strong as a ox. And then just a single phone call. Taiwo Adedeji called me, and it changed everything. I envy those of you who have found the capacity to shed tears since he died. I haven't. I can't. I don't know why. I wish I can. Maybe it will help ease the pain. All I just want to say to all of us is this. After all the race that we run, what we count are these kind of gatherings. The things that people have to say about the life we lived, the choices we made, and how exactly we lived our lives. Baba Ogunlana did not work for money. Somebody spoke to the sacrificial nature of the life he lived right here. I mentioned that he was my second employer. What I did not bother to mention is the fact that I took the job at a lesser salary. Baba Ogunlana never worked for money for one day. He worked simply to serve. And he served from the beginning till the end. He dropped at his desk. When I was enjoying the solitude of my prison cell, I could not help but wonder on a couple of occasions why he had to pick the time he left. I am thankful because Yorubas have a proverb. They say, "Aishedede ara aye, amoniranti ara orun." I thank God for the steadfastness of people like Mr. Fusika, who did a fantastic job of ensuring that I did not feel too badly the demise of my friend, my leader, and my brother. So as I'll be leaving this podium, I will just urge you all to please join me in singing this song. Not only in memory of my brother and my friend and my leader, but in memory of the day that each and every one of us will equally leave this space to be no more. Ṣèyí tó ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ mi ọjọ́ ń lọ, àìlè. Ṣèyí tó ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ mi ọjọ́ ń lọ, èyí tó bá ṣe là ó ròyìn. Ṣèyí tó ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ mi ọjọ́ ń lọ.
Thank you. Thank you. Number two, please don't waste time. We've taken number. Number 3. Mr. Ogunleye is a former chairman of Lagos branch. Please, correction is Professor Laolua, not Dr. Laolua.
Thank you, Ashwaju, for granting me leave to speak. 3 minutes, let me cut it short. I stand on existing protocols. My name is Mr. Otumba Martin Ogunleye, whichever one you want to take. I thank Leonard Silk, Mr. Olumide Fushika, for doing a very great job of the lecture. It was very incisive. It went deep into matters which lots of people will hear on the surface, but will not know what went down under. I'm happy as I stand here today because both in my days as chairman of Lagos branch and even days after, I was a constant collaborator, not just with Adesina Ogunlana, but also with my brothers in the Progressive Bar movement. Such that in the days of the crisis, when the action was to be taken against the NBA, they had to sue me so that we could have jurisdiction to hear the matter in Lagos. But I was sued as a defendant when actually, in fact, well, we know how to do these things. I commend everybody, especially the organizers of this occasion, for having the insight to have this memorial lecture. Adesina Ogunlana, even though professionally was very junior to some of us, but was somebody we learned from. We learned the value of activism. What is your use as a lawyer if you are not an activist? Our first lawyer, Sakpara Williams, already gave us a charge. So what are we doing with that charge? And that is why in my chambers today, I have the pictures of very few lawyers. I have the picture of Obafemi Awolowo, which is very dear to me. And I have the picture of myself and Adesina Ogunlana in the 2017 Ganifa Imilo lecture. That is what I see every day I come in, and it reminds me not just of my friend Adesina Ogunlana, but it also reminds me of my charge as a lawyer to do, not just for myself, work for money, but work for the society. And at this point, I will also, we have a few, I know in the MBA we do a lot of politics, and we have a few hopefuls here. You all understand what I'm saying. In the lecture, we just heard that the trial of Adesina Ogunlana at the Legal Practitioners took about how many years? 13 years. So, gentlemen, we should begin to ask ourselves questions. Why would any lawyer have to leave Lagos to go to Abuja to go and answer to disciplinary issues? Why? Have you thought of that? Why would I have to leave Lagos just to go and answer to one? And by the way, I have had about 2 petitions against me also to the MBA. But I don't know what became of those petitions because I never bothered to answer. In fact, President Austin Alege took me up on one of them and said, look, Oguleye, there's petition against you. You have not answered. I said, Mr. President, I've been a trial lawyer. That's what I've done all my life. At that time, all you just needed to do was to write a letter to the MBA. And the MBA will ask you to respond by filing an affidavit and this. And I told the president, look, a person cannot petition against me by writing a mere letter. And you ask me to respond by filing an affidavit. I will not do it. Do whatever you like with the petition. And that's the last I heard about the petition anyway. Thankfully, petitioners now have to file affidavits to support their petitions. And I think that's an improvement. But you see, as lawyers, we still must stand up for ourselves and stand up for the society. And if you don't stand up for ourselves, the danger is that we will be weakened in our quest to stand up for the society via activism. And I'm very happy that today, chairman of Lagos branch, our first female chairman is here. Uchenna, you're welcome. Coming all the way from a protest march. In my own 2 years as chairman, I never did any protest. So it's really heartwarming to see that Lagos branch is also, so that people don't accuse us anymore that we only do dinners. We also do activism. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Thank you so very much. We'll be
Very respected colleagues, please, don't let us have another lecture. 2 minutes and we will stop the person. Please, 2 minutes for each person. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ademole Kundayo is my name. I want to rest on a Disney protocol. I'm glad I'm here for this lecture. 2 major things I can pick from this lecture. One, as a lawyer, we are now derailing from our calling. And thank God for Adesina Ogunlana that remain on course. All we care about now is material things. The money we will make from the profession. Meanwhile, the judiciary is dying. I'm sorry I use that language. We talk about the tactics that was employed in terms of that land use charge issue and the delay that is now in our court. I want to employ and plead to our leaders at the bar that we need to rise up and talk in the face of tyranny or oppression. Our courts are no longer respecting the lawyers. They mentioned Kende Shofola of blessed memory. I still follow into a court on one particular day, and the judge did not sit on time. It was around 9:30. The registrar had to be placing call to him. And by 10 a.m., the registrar came and started apologizing to us and started giving reason why the judge was yet to sit. What I'm saying is, our SANs, our leaders at the bar, we no longer challenge the judges. And they don't care about how you feel or what you do now. They may not appear. They may not sit on time. They may not even sit at all. In this day of even, okay. So I think that's one. Then two, we need to really start fighting for the causes of the masses. I want to thank God for the life of Adeshina. I was part of that protest for land use charge. I followed. I thank God, and I think the MBA need to rise up and take the challenge, take the bull by the horn, and let there be a reformation in our judiciary. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my little intervention, no noise please. My little intervention will be on two areas. First, like Dele Farotimi, it was my second employer. It was an accident, but it was an enjoyable accident. I was looking for a transition, and he offered me one. I said I was tired of practicing for people who don't understand what we are doing. And he said, if you don't mind, I can't pay you, but if you don't mind, sure you can come. I'll come. And we started it. Now, I've been with him on several grounds. We were students in LASU. He was my boss. We were in Lawyers for Change, in different, and I could see his passion for society. I remember there was a time we were in the office until around 10 o'clock. I was still going to Ikorodu. He was going to Isolo. And I said, okay, are you sure we are going to be rich in this profession? Because the way we practice, most of our cases were criminal cases. And what are we getting from these criminal cases? We were just helping. Quite honestly, it wasn't practice for money. Because after leaving the office, by the time I get to the Pangrove bus stop, you see people say, dealer, and I say, my guy, I don't know them. They know us. Because when the trouble comes, they will come to that office. We were just beside but with my briefcase, I'll go. I know nothing will happen because we are our people. Only that we don't see them. They know us, we don't know them. I could see his passion. Let me also mention the fact of his presidential ambition. His ambition to be the president of the NBA. Just briefly, I'll recollect that because at that time I was also aspiring to be the first vice president of NBA. Then we met at Owerri. Rapulu is here now. Yes. I think it was only presidential candidates that attended the Eastern Bar Forum meeting that time in 2000. The speech he gave on that day, if it were recorded, it was something great. I was personally inspired by that speech. At the end of that speech, we met afterward. I don't know whether it was the one that asked or it was I that asked. And he said, should we pray that the two of us should emerge? Or should we even pray that both of us should not emerge? If this profession, we were doubting whether the profession was ready for that kind of combo. But as God will have it, both of us, he even mentioned one fact, and that's the one that is important. He said he heard that he will be disqualified. Interestingly, he was disqualified. And interestingly, I was disqualified.
Thank you so much for that. That was a very... No. That's the next one.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate all those who are in this hall for coming to honor one of our own in the struggle, and one of our brands from the LASU Comrade Forum is somebody that we are so proud of. He was coming to university when I was leaving the university, and I probably was living, in crisis then, because I left, like I said, second student union president. I was the first to ever take university to court in the history of LASU. And the case lasted 10 years in the High Court here before the late Justice Eniola Lunge. And it was simply on student union matters and the rest of them before Adeshina and the rest of them came into the issue. One thing I remember vividly was while the case was on here at Ikeja High Court, Adeshina had become a lawyer, had been called to bar. And he saw me one day at the court premises here. I said, comrade, what are you doing? I said, I came for my hearing. So the case is still on. I said, yes, it's still ongoing. And the case was being handled pro bono by the chambers of Femi Falana. Femi Falana was didn't even have a chamber when the case started. He was working under the NBA president, late Alao Akabashono, at Ebutemeta. So when he eventually had his own chamber, he decided to take the case file along with him to Awolowo House at Ikeja. And virtually everybody that came in contact with the case, when they come to the chambers, would always have interest. So when he saw me, he went back to the chamber and said he wants to start handling this case. You can imagine somebody who was not even in the faculty and now coming to, handle the case. And he made sure that he was always attending the case. That case was the longest in the history of students' case in the annals of the legal in this country. And it to the extent that when the judge was even delivering judgment on that day, he had to make mention of it in his judgment that student leaders, that he has been able to teach student leaders in his court that we are being taught to fight for justice and to stand for what is truth, not necessarily, no matter the time it will take us. And that is where I want to point out to those who are here and where I want to draw my inference from. Judicial activism is no more in place in the Nigerian Bar Association. A lot of rights are being trampled upon in these days. We are even tilting more towards being a part of the government than being a part of those who will speak against what is happening in the governance itself. And it is affecting the populace a lot. The student unionists themselves are no more issuing press releases like in our times on issues. They are no more addressing press conferences like in our times in those moments. What do they do now is more of aligning and taking appointments as special assistant on student affairs and the rest of them. We need to create that balance. I want to implore all of us to create that activism again in the Nigerian Bar Association. Nigerians are looking forward to us. We must not sleep on our rights. It's even now that those rights are being trampled upon the more than even in the military time that we rose against in our time. And so I want to implore us not to forget the solidarity song, that we shall always fight for our right. Solidarity forever.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues, or good afternoon. My name is Oyin Consola Badijo Okusa. I apologize for coming late. I accompanied my chairman to the protest march at the Naval Dockyard. I was here barely 5 days ago and I promised to come back, and I'm very happy that I'm here to honor a man I am proud to have called my friend. I first met Mr. Ogunlana many years ago right here in the former branch office. When I was doing my court attachment during law school, I came across the Squib magazine. I read it, I found it interesting, and after that, I was told I could get it at the branch office. And I came there, and after that, even before I started working as a lawyer, week in, week out, I would buy the Squib. It made me feel closer to being a lawyer. I would always read the Squib. And it was in that process that I met him and we became friends. When he found out that my father was the first vice chancellor of LASU, he took an extra interest in me. And so we bonded on that point. I have only one thing to say about the late Adesina Ogunlana, that he led a life of impact. If he did nothing else, publishing the Squib for the length of time that he published it, put the entire judiciary of Lagos State on its toes. And that is what impact is all about. Little things that make a difference. And so to the family, children, wife, I want to reiterate what others have said, that your father, your husband, was a great man. A man who led a life of impact. And many of us are very, very proud to be at least a little, to have been a little part of his life. I'd like also to acknowledge Ikeja Bar for always breeding, for people who are bar activists, who believe in the right thing, who insist on not just talking about the rule of law, but doing something about the rule of law, for them to find a breeding ground here. I thank Ikeja Branch, because without Ikeja Branch, many of us would forget our primary purpose as lawyers, which is to protect the rule of law. And so I thank you very much. I thank the 8th VC of LASU for always remembering my late father. Thank you very much, sir. And I thank you all for the opportunity. Thank you.
I was almost thinking that no woman will come forth. Thank you, Mrs. Badejo, for that.
All other protocols are duly observed. My name is Taiwo Adedeji. Actually, I was indicating to my learned senior past chairman, Mr. Depajetomo, that I wasn't coming out to make a comment on the well-researched and presented paper of our able learned senior comrade, big brother, and mentor, Mr. Olumide Fushika. My brief intervention was just that, the fact that accidentally I happen to be one of those who are the longest association with Mr. Adesina Ogunlana inside this hall, apart from myself, apart from the prof who have been with him in Ife and Mr. Fushika, the likes of Mr. Dari Akonri, Olawale Salu, my learned senior. I enjoyed the longest period of association since I met him. We entered LASU together in 1989, and I entered as a student of the Department of History. He entered to the Faculty of Law. Almost immediately, he became a big brother and a mentor. And of course, I happened to work with him. He was my employer, and among his juniors, I think I had the longest time with him. Mr. Adesina Ogunlana will never do anything without informing. One of the reasons I later learned a lesson of life from him, courage. He always wanted to have eyewitness. When General Ladipo Dia said he wanted to see him in his house and office, he said, Taiwo, that man was number 2 man of Sonny Abacha. So that people will not say, I've gone to his house to collect money. Taiwo, you have to accompany me. I follow him to General Dia's house, and so many things. As a matter of fact, if Mr. Ogunlana had any secret, I'm one of those who knew the secret. But there is a brief, something happened one day. If you don't have courage, you cannot work with Mr. Adesina Ogunlana. Right from our student days. In around 1991-92 session, there was an election in the Faculty of Law. And a candidate was contesting.
And I saw the poster of that candidate, one of who later became my friend, a UK-based lawyer now. And an incident happened before then. He stole the book, the law book of another student. I wasn't a law student. I just, out of exclamation, I said, I just called my friend, Ayo, is it not this guy who stole Bola Atonda's book? He's running for the financial secretary of Lasu Law. Ayo just said, yes, he's the one. I never knew Mr. Ogunlana heard me. Ogunlana just called me, Taiwo, come here. He stole a book? I said, yes. It was too late for me to do any denial. So he stole a book? I said, yes, sir. And then he wants to be treasurer of the... Ogunlana said, no way. That was how Mr. Ogunlana started the campaign of calumny against that guy. Started writing it. Don't vote for so. Don't give your fish to a cat. He has stolen book. The guy now confronted Mr. Ogunlana. He met Mr. Ogunlana somewhere at my 2. So, Mr. Ogunlana, why are you maligning my character? Because everybody, even in our student days, people used to call him Mr. Ogunlana because he was older than many of us. He had gone to school before. So Mr. Ogunlana just told me, are you telling me that you did not steal a book? Who told you that I stole a book? Taiwo Adedeji and Ayo Adebosi said, you stole a book. So Taiwo Adedeji said, you stole a book. I never knew that there had been that exchange between them. So Mr. Ogunlana was now, so the guy apparently told Mr. Ogunlana, Taiwo dare not say that I stole a book. Taiwo and Ayo Adebosi, they can't say that. You mean Taiwo cannot say he's your person? Well, let's go to Taiwo's hostel. I was coming from, myself and Ayo, we were just coming from a place where we are going to buy something. Mr. Ogunlana, and I just saw him, suddenly with this particular sharp. Taiwo, come and see him. You started the story. Of course. I said, but you know, of course you stole Bola's Atonda's book, and I had to. So, and that was the very early period of my association with him. He was a courageous man. The truth that you cannot defend. He doesn't believe in all this eavesdropping. And of course, I'm going to miss him. Time cannot permit me to say so many things about him. He was a wonderful man, a boss, and a big brother, indeed. Mr. Kembi is there as an eyewitness. Both of you are my mentors, and I can never forget him. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Leonard Silk, colleagues, and everyone here present. I just have a very brief intervention to make. Unfortunately, I did not have a personal relationship with Mr. Ogunlana, but I know him from afar, and I know about his works. I've come in contact with him, but I did not have a personal relationship. However, his life was a source of inspiration. His works was a source of inspiration. So much has already been said about the eroding ethos of our profession. If you see the logo of the MBA, what you will see there is promoting the rule of law. We must all stand for the rule of law. There are different ways of standing for the rule of law. Not everyone has the appetite or the stomach for activism. There's activism, there's advocacy. You can fund promoting the rule of law. There are different ways, but it is not an option to stand aloof and not contribute your own quota. Today, Mr. Ogunlana's legacy speaks for him, and that is why this hall is full of people who know him, people who were touched by his life and everything that he stood for. If you say you will not stand up for something, one day it will be your turn and no one will stand up for you. We must all make a conscious effort to do something in furtherance of promoting the rule of law, ensuring that our nation is better. The system, we all complain about it. It's not going to change in a day. But if we continue to have people like Mr. Ogunlana, who take little steps every day, you will rub off on people,
you will inspire people, and in the not too distant future, we would see the changes that we hope to see in our country, Nigeria. Please stand out, stand tall. That was the theme of our conference, and let us embody that. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping to the 2 minutes rule. Dr. Rappel. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for this privilege. I had a lot of things to say about the late Ogunlana, but because of time, I will just shorten a lot of things I wanted to say. Our paths actually crossed in MBA, and I remember that for every position that he held, especially in the bar, he did not occupy position alone just for being there. He made sure that he cost some change for every position that he held. I remember when he ran for NBA president, and I asked him a question. I asked him, why do you want to run for the position of the NBA president? And he told me something. He said to me that I want to return the bar to the paths of activism. And I agreed with him because I aligned with him in some of the things that he always said. And I remember that as the public secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, we also tried to speak truth to power because I always remembered some of the things that he always told me. And I want to do a little bit of a digress because of time. The central theme of our discourse is social justice. And one of the things that we must understand is that no society progresses where there is no social justice. And it brings me to something that worries me a lot. Chapter 2 of our Constitution talks about the essence of governance, and yet it is not justiciable. My prayer and my desire is that our courts will get to a point where we interpret this aspect of the Constitution to make it justiciable and maybe tie it to the right to life, because that is the essence of governance. What is governance if the people do not enjoy governance at all times? And so my prayer is that we get back to that time. We keep whispering that the judiciary has been captured. My prayer is that we scream about it and do something about it. Now, I know that when a seed falls, it germinates into fruits. Late Ogunlana has fallen. My prayer is that several other Ogunlanas will stand up for the right thing and make sure that we stand for social justice in Nigeria and take this nation forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Mr. Demola Ojo, please, for your goodwill message.
Thank you. I observe all protocols. If I will talk about Mr. Ogunlana, it will take me hours. I will just say that it is an irony because the first time I will meet Mr. Ogunlana was in 2006. I was in Port Harcourt. And just like Mr. Jetomobi had said, in those days they were doing some crazy and daring things. What happened was that they were coming to Port Harcourt, about 5 of them. I don't think Mr. Akonde was there, Mr. Jetomobi, Mr. Ogunlana, and all of that. And by the time they left Warri, it was already nightfall. And they got to a place called Emohua. And by that time, they had lost 2 tires. The vehicle they were coming in, they had lost 2 tires, and there was no way of moving forward. They had to call me. I got to that place at about 12 midnight. And before I got there, while trying to fix, see whether there was anything they could do about the car, a trailer actually cleared Mr. Ogunlana. He sustained injury, his hip and all of that. So when I saw him for the first time, he was actually in distress. So for such a person that a trailer could not kill, it was an irony that, well, maybe not an irony, just like Mr. Farotimi said, he died at his desk, working. Mr. Ogunlana was coordinator of Lawyers for Change. I was secretary. And at that time, we achieved that Professor Osinbajo actually gave to us to deliver for the Buhari Osinbajo ticket. And at the conference of the MBA in 2015, President Buhari actually acknowledged the role that we play. Mr. Ogunlana was an absolutely courageous person. Passionate, courageous, bold, fearless. All the words in that category of adjectives we can use for Mr. Ogunlana. We thank God that we have good memories of him. We thank God that here today, Learned Sikh, Mr. Fusika, has clarified for everybody the situation that led to Mr. Ogunlana being put on trial along with some other people. So I want to, like others have said before me, tell the children that you have a legacy that you should be very proud of. Mr. Ogunlana lived a good life. And like that song for Nelson Mandela, his life was beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Before we go to the comments on the paper that was delivered, please let us have Mr. Ako. Okay.
Mr. Akongbe, please.
Thank you very much. I'll stand on existing protocols because we're pressed for time. I just want to say two things for 30 seconds. One is to congratulate the family, not because he went too soon, but because he left you a name that you'll be proud of, a name that is worthy to be called in our profession. And the second thing is to make a clarion call. And I say that in gatherings like this, a clarion call to all of us that are here. So many will come to this life, and only a few will leave their name in the sands of time. Now, it's a charge to all of us. What do we want to be remembered for? The NBA, in my mind, stands for two things: rule of law and welfare of lawyers. Ogunlana stood for rule of law at all times. And it's for us to keep the torch, to continue doing what he did, to ensure that there's protection, observation, and the enthronement of the rule of law, and be very, very, very paramount on the welfare of ourselves, our lawyers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a poet that we have put, I think his name, Naked Winery. A short poetry on Ogunlana by Naked Winery. Please, you say short poem. It should be a short poem.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols respectfully observed. Thank you so much for the platform. And I really want to appreciate the family of Mr. Adesina Ogunlana. I am definitely happy to see everybody. My name is Mema Sita, and I want to greet my colleagues. No, I'm an event and brand strategist and not a lawyer. But for today, I'm going to be a poet. And my poet name is Naked Winery. Kindly listen to this beautiful tribute for Sir Adesina Ogunlana. Adesina Ogunlana, the totem. Adesina Ogunlana, the man. Adesina Ogunlana in struggle for social justice. The scribe that scribed in truth, knowing the cost of scribbing in truth. He was more than a man. He was the man. The man who stood in the line for others. The man who became the line for others to stand on. Adesina Ogunlana was more than a man. He was the man. Beyond scribbing, he was the law. He made law so right, even in questionable systems. The law did not just give itself to Adesina Ogunlana. The law stood in its power against Adesina Ogunlana. But like his name meant, Adesina Ogunlana was both the powerful crown and the metal god that opened the way through which the law saw him to be the law to stand for. Adesina Ogunlana was the law that made law so right. The lawyer of lawyers. In my personal excellence of self and search for justice, I have met so many lawyers. But I am yet to meet a lawyer that knew Adesina Ogunlana and was not left in awe of him. Adesina Ogunlana was truly the lawyer of lawyers. He made law so right by standing for the law at all times. He challenged the law when it does not hold its own water and speak for the sanity and revival only the law is capable of giving. As a lawyer, he quipped on why lawyers are angels. This is a reality he knew well because he was a selfless angel. The legal angel that inspires and nurtures other legal angels. Adesina Ogunlana struggled for social justice in trust of and for the law. Sheruba won the perfect alias for the box of fear and joy he was. In facilitating justice, he faced the law and shook its hands in triumph. More than struggle for social justice, which his life was about, Adesina Ogunlana triumphed in social justice. And that is why we are all here to speak the tribute about the man, the law, the struggle for social justice, which it triumphed. The law lost a friend and a believer with the loss of Adesina Ogunlana. And in the same vein, the law gained more friends and believers because of the friend it has in Adesina Ogunlana. Many alive and even more yet to be born will befriend the law just because of Adesina Ogunlana, Sherubawan Aluta. The only way Adesina Ogunlana can be forgotten is if the world gets forgotten. Life paid Ogunlana a beautiful tribute by opening his end as he lawyered. As a totem, Adesina Ogunlana lived full and died empty. I hope that's become an inspiration for you to live fully so that you can die empty. In respect of Sir Adesina Ogunlana, who at his first interaction with me described my energy as that of a vibrating being, I implore you all to stand with fisted thumb, his favorite pose, as we give a well-deserving and honorable ovation to Sir Adesina Ogunlana Sherubawan Aluta, the totem, the man, the law, who struggled and triumphed for social justice. Thank you so much. My name is Naked Renry, and thank you for having me.
Adenike Adeyefa.
My highest regards to the distinguished guests here present, chairman and executives of the Ikeja branch and other branches present, Leonard Silks, senior colleagues, Leonard friends, ladies and gentlemen. I have a poem here in honor and remembrance of Sherubawan. It is titled, Rise Again, Sherubawan. We call you Sherubawan, and you did scare them. You shook them. You were the lion of the struggle. You were the fearless one, the extraordinary one, a lion's heart clothed in mortal flesh, a guardian of the people, the mouthpiece of the feeble, an equalizer of the balance of equity, a worthy soldier who marched fierce, a fallen soldier who marched strong. You stood where men sat frozen. You spoke where others whispered. You roared when silence dominated. You faced the night of terror. You embraced the morning of fright. You dared the sword. You challenged the strong. And you sang your song. But then the struggle took your breath. Death claimed your body. And the battle muted your song. And though your chair sits empty, where you once stood remains cold, and your blood mingles with the spill of the freedom, with the soil of freedom. I'm very sorry, I forgot my glasses. Yet, your name remains carved on the stone of resistance. Your footprints linger in the dust of our courts, and your roar still echoes in the hollowed halls of justice. But echoes fade in the cruel hands of time, and we fear the ultimate hush of your voice, the tremor of your courage slipping into the shadows, growing faint in forgetful hair. But our conscience needs your thunder. Our heart needs your courage. Our breath finds purpose in your defiance, and our anthem remains your song. O Sherubaon, hear my call. Rise in memory. Rise again within our breath. Rise again within our feasts. Rise again in every street. Rise, speak through me. Rise, act through him. Rise, win through us. Rise till justice is in our streets. Thank you.
I wish we can get copies of those poems. I don't know. Let me tell us a story. Ogunlana told us a story that he was coming from Lagos branch dinner one night. By the time he left home, he knew that his headlamps were not working. So he left home with a rechargeable lamp. He said he left Lagos dinner by 11. And by the time he was leaving, he tied it to his front grill. So he didn't have any challenge on it until he got to Aswani. He met a checkpoint. And they now stopped him. Driving without headlamp. He said, what is this? He said the police now asked him, is this the type of headlamp a cars you have? He said, is it not light? He said, light, but this is not for cars. He said, how do you know? He said, I'm a lawyer. The man now went to the inspector that was leading them. He said, the man is a lawyer. He said, the inspector now came. Oh, God, they said you are a lawyer. He said, yes. He said, ah. He said, the man look up. He said, this country. He's a lawyer, let him go. And I said, dealer, sorry, oh. He said, don't worry. He said he was now laughing at himself. That this policeman is beating me. He said when he said even open the door and close it for him. He said, dealer, Nigeria go there, okay, oh. He said he had a good laugh at himself. Please, we'll just take 5 minutes to watch video footage of one of his aluters. Please, just 5 minutes. It was scheduled for 20 minutes, but we want to cut it short. I know a lot of us, we still want to see him. Please, can we? Let me tell us another story. He told us a story that a particular chief, a former senator, father of a justice of Supreme Court, I won't tell you the designation of that Supreme Court judge, came to his office to report that somebody wanted to mess up his case. He now said, Baba, when you have a Peking in so and so place, why me? He said, your magazine is doing a good job. He said, do you know that I've just recently been escaped one trouble? He said, this one will not put you in trouble. I will stand with you. said they gave him the papers, the document. He said that he published it in Squib. That was what the judge had no choice but to just wash off his hands from that case. Ordinarily, he shouldn't be involved in such a high tension matters. But he said it's the truth that matters. He said, can you imagine? Away atikudi, monjolo suku ni o. And he pretended as if he didn't know me. So that is the type of person we are talking about here. That accident that Mr. Gbenga Ojo was talking about, I was a witness. Police stopped us at Ijebu Ode on our way to Port Harcourt. They were wasting time. It was Adekunle Ojo's car. We were waiting in the car. So the man just came. When the clips is ready, please let me know. Ogunlana was just going there. Why are you people disturbing us? A trailer was stopped, but it wasn't ready to cooperate with the police. The thing just swerved like this and hit Ogunlana. Thank God it didn't go far. He was rolling on the floor. We carried him to an hospital in Ijebu Ode. We said, well, we have to abort this trip. He said, no, we are going to Port Harcourt. We have an election. We have to go. They gave him injection. I was weeping like a baby. He would just look at me and say, I said, this person is dying, and this man is still mocking me. He was a rare breed. Please, what about the clip? Is it ready? Okay, please. Where they are not seeing it at the high table. We are not seeing it at the high table, please. Yes, it's balanced like that. I think both can see. No audio. I think I think we have to pause this now. We will have a very wonderful time watching it. Immediately we round up the program. Thank you very much. We have something for the family. We like to invite Ms. Pa Adejare Kembi to handle that area. Clap for Pa Kembi now.
Our
all protocols are duly observed. I just want to appreciate the tallest son in the house, the very tallest son in the house, the senior advocate of Nigeria. Before I am also debarred from becoming a senior advocate of Nigeria, I will not mention names. A lot of you have been led into history today, and that's the Ife and Lasso connection brought about by our dear friend, Adesina Ogunlana. In Yoruba style, I am actually not qualified to be here because I'm older than Ogunlana, but he was my very close friend, and it's an irony that I have to be here this afternoon to do this. I just want to state that in life, Ogunlana was great. In death, he has become greater. And his friends have refused to abandon him. So one of the highlights of what we are about to do today is to extend a hand of fellowship to the children Ogunlana has left behind. And it is in this regard that I want to invite Ogunlana's son, Mr. Shore Sheka, Shore Oluwa Sheka, Adeshina Ogunlana, to please stand and remain standing, and to clench his hands, as his father would have clenched his hands. We have here for Mr. Shore Oluwasheka Adeshina Ogunlana, and this is from the Memorial Planning Committee. We are pleased to inform you that friends of the late Adeshina Ogunlana, your dear father, who died on the 6th of August 2024, in commemoration of the 1-year anniversary of his death, has organized an annual memorial lecture in his honor to keep his memory alive. We are pleased also to inform you that the sum of 2,607,600 naira is hereby gifted to you to support your educational pursuit. To help us in presenting this check, I call on the only president in the house, the only president in his house, Are, to please do this presentation. He's the only president. Is there any other Are here?
The chairman of the occasion, all protocols duly observed. It's actually a very sober event for me because Mr. Ogunlana was a very good friend. The son, he's our son. And when the friends were putting this together, I don't know how they came around about the limitation as to who the friends are, and came to this conclusion. Well, some of us that are friends that are not part of this I've spoken to one or two people, and we are going to top this up with an addition, which is not going to be disclosed here. But before we leave this place, it will be topped up to a more rounded figure. On behalf of the friends of your father, who has purpose in their mind that you must be greater, I present this to you. I wish you all the best. Please don't forget the son of whom you are. Thank you very much.
Now, Shoreoluwa Sheka shares one thing with me. We are both born on the same month. It's only the difference is that my own years are, Methuselah. One good thorn brings forth others. The gentlemen on the high table had just told me that they are going to do more. Can we please give them a round of applause? And for Ogunlano's daughter, Miss Akinkunmi Adesina Ogunlana, we also have in the same format the sum of 2,607,600 naira. She is unavoidably absent, and who better to call than one of the strong supporters of Ogunlana to stand in. I call on Barrister. Pardon me for today. Somebody called Ogunlana Barrister, and when I saw it, I was only laughing. So, Barrister in the same mold, Omole should please stand in for her. While I will call on the guest lecturer to please do that presentation. So that one more quick fluke. Check me.
On
behalf of the Memorial Planning Committee of Adesina Ogunlana, Sherubawo, I present to you this check in the sum of 2,607,600 naira, which again will be rounded up to a better an increased figure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nǹkan mẹ́ta ló fi lè gbára ẹ̀ là nínú kó o lówó tó bá lówó tó nípò.
I want to invite
tàbí kó o mọ̀yàn connection kọ́wọ́ lè kanwọ́ tàbí kó o ní aroma kó o ní wèrè kó o ní ìjà kó o lójú pípọ́n àwọn bàbá ló sọ pé o ò lówó lọ́wọ́ o ò lóògùn ojú ò tún pọ́n kí ló fẹ́ fi dẹ́rù ọmọ aráyé ní nàìjíríà táwa yìí tó pé inú aganjù láwà it's a jungle ó wá ń ṣe ẹsẹ̀.
Thank you, thank you. We have some plaques of appreciation to present to our chairman, as well as the guest lecturer for the day. To do this, I want to invite our big sister, Sister Ayodele, the former DPP of Lagos State. Auntie is of great effect too. So it's not deliberate. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Guest Lecturer, please. Please.
Thank you everybody for coming to honor Mr. Adesina Ogunlana. On behalf of the Ikeja Bar, the Tiger branch, we want to present this award on behalf, in honor and memory of our brother, Adesina Ogunlana, on his 1-year anniversary of his passage. We thank God for the life he lived, a purposeful life, an enduring one. May we all live not empty, but filled with all that God has deposited in us in Jesus' name. And by the special grace of God, the bar will rise again, Nigeria will be great, and it shall be well with every one of us in Jesus' name. So on behalf of the branch, we present this to you, Prof. Thank you for coming. The Lord bless you and keep you, and make his face shine upon you. We continue to lift you up and enlarge your coast. God bless you.
Lanesik Fabumi, please come and make the presentation.
The tallest Lanesik here. Lana Brother Silk, I'm highly privileged to present this plaque to you. I sat down throughout there listening to you. It was indeed an anxiety. You know, when you started, I didn't know where you were going on the judiciary. But when you now got to the middle of the paper, I knew that it was an exciting one, well prepared, well presented. And for what you have done and you have been doing, and which we still continue to do, this plaque is presented to you today at the first Adesina Ogunlana Annual Memorial Lecture. God will continue to empower you, bless you, grant you more strength to continue in Jesus' name.
Thank you, Lanesik. I think we should be rounding up. Vote of thanks by Pa Adejare Kembi. At least we have two people who contested the presidency in Ife in those days. Here.
And one had 504 votes. Praise. I want to thank God that I'm alive to witness today. I want to appreciate all who are here because I want to start from the rear. I want everybody who is part of the audience, please give yourself a round of applause. We appreciate you. We thank you. If you have planned all of this and none of you is here, then it will have been a worthless exercise. You made our day. You made this program a success. And we say thank you and thank you and thank you. To the chairman of this occasion, honestly speaking, I don't know how to thank the learned professor, Lanre Fagbong. I have known the professor right from our days in Ife. When I missed my path and I went to study engineering physics, he knew his path and went to study law. And then when our paths crossed, he became a lecturer. And in spite of being our lecturer together with Ogunlana, he never looked down on us. He still calls little me his brother. I thank you, sir. May God honor you too. He has honored us today. Can we please put our hands together for the chairman of the occasion? One thing he didn't tell you is how he saved Ogunlana and I. We were very broke. Very, very broke. We had no money. You know, poverty was our second name, Ogunlana and I. It is not a cause. It was our second name, and we were broke. There was a competition that was the only way out for us. It had a monetary tag of, I think it was maybe 10,000 naira in those days. And we were looking forward to that 10,000 naira as our salvation. We discussed among ourselves and pushed Ogunlana forward. When Ogunlana was about to take the competition, the chairman noted that he might not win. And you know what he did? He called me out and said, why don't you go? He didn't know that he was saving us. We went, we won. And this is the time to say, thank you for saving us. The guest lecturer, honestly speaking, I never knew that the guest lecturer ought to have gone back to the academics. I knew him when he was in the Association of Campus Journalists and in APS. And he was can I say, sir? Effing terrible. He was the shortest troubler of Wande Abimbola. And up till now, he is still in vogue. Honestly, sir, your well-researched paper made our day. It was fantastic. It was fantastic. You know, established universities are now the norm. Sir, when I establish my own university, I will consider you for Vice Chancellor. Please, can we put our hands together for the chairman? Thank you, and thank you. For all the learned silks in the house, Ogunlana was not a silk. But for you to come here to honor him, honestly speaking, we are impressed. We say thank you. Some people will not. They will say, after all, he was not a son, but you bothered, you came, and we appreciate you. To the Ogunlana family, one word, just one word. Do not mourn. Do not mourn. Just keep the flag flying. Just keep the flag flying. And we are positive that better things will still be heard in that camp. You will rise higher than your father. Thank you very much. Now, I reserve this. The Chief Magistrate, Isaac. Sir, should I tell them? This is one of the very rare magistrates that supported us. Together with she's now in the on the High Court bench. But I remember that when the staff of SCUB were arraigned before her as a magistrate, we thought that they would not be granted bail. And she came out to say, oh, is it not the school? Yes. And she said, I grant you bail in self-recognizance. Very, very rare. If it were now, we will spend the next 1 year fighting for the bail of vendors of the school. The judiciary has also been an ally in some ways. We thank you, and we thank you. And we hope that other magistrates will take a cue. Allegations remain allegations until the contrary is proved. And we hope that we will not be sending innocent people to prison for no just cause. Finally, to the media who had come to report this, may your pens never run